And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, everybody. You are looking at a live shot of a Falcon 9 with a Dragon 2 spacecraft on Space Launch Complex 40, poised on the pad for the Crew-12 mission. How's everybody doing tonight? I am EJ. I'm a commentator here for NASA Spaceflight, and I will be the master of ceremonies again for this endeavor to the pad and hopefully launch to the International Space Station. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is doing well. I am currently being assisted by a couple of people out in the field, and we have people with us tonight. I have JG, new to NASA Spaceflight here, doing the color commentary with me tonight. Jay, are you out there?
I am out there and looking forward to this. It is a late but beautiful night. Looking forward to seeing not only a launch, but also a landing at the brand new shiny Landing Zone 40.
Oh yeah, the brand new launch complex that's just outside of the pad perimeter of the shot that you're seeing, of the shot of the pad that you're seeing right now. Also, I do have, I think, Sawyer out in the field. Sawyer Rosenstein out at the NASA press site. Are you there, my friend?
I am indeed here. It is a little bit of a chilly night, little breeze to say the least, but it is absolutely gorgeous here, and you can always feel the excitement. You know, launches are always cool, but when there's one with people on it, the atmosphere just feels so much different and so much more electric, but not enough to cause tribal electrification.
Well, I mean, we don't want that, I don't think.
Right.
And then we have Julia Bergeron also assisting out at the press site. Julia, how are you doing this very early morning?
I am doing fabulous, actually. I love coming out for crew launches, talking about traditions, what's going on out in the public, and the excitement. So here we are. For now, I am at the press site. Later on, I may go out public side for a shot. Happy to be here with y'all, and thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for being here for sure. We have Kevin Michael Reed heading up the production, and then we have Max Evans handling media out in the field, like this shot that you see right here. Crew walking. That is the Crew-12 crew donning their suits, walking out of the operations and checkout building, ready to get in their cars to make their short journey out to the pad.
Let's see if we can see what the number plates are. For those who don't know, there are the SpaceX Teslas that take them out, and each of them for every mission gets a unique number plate on the back of the vehicle, typically related to the mission. So we'll see what they have for this one. Also, I appreciate that this way to space sign so people know which way it is that they'll be leaving towards the pad.
Well, you're not going to know until it tells you, obviously. Okay, we got kind of blindsided by that walkout right there, and I'm not upset or anything, but you guys know the drill. If you're out there watching us in chat, you're out there watching on Twitch, you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on any social media. On the YouTube chat, you can tag at NASA Spaceflight, and we will answer questions. Between me, Jay, Sawyer, and Julia, I think we have enough accrued spaceflight knowledge here to run a museum. So, you guys have questions about Crew, Falcon, where this flight's going, what it's doing, crew on board, who we will introduce to you momentarily here after the walkout, just tag at NSF. We'll check it. And, you know, we always appreciate everybody watching here with us. It is fun.
It's one of the great things about doing it live is we get to talk about space with folks who have questions that we might gloss over. So it's always great to help communicate that stuff out to people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, like those people there in the blue suits, by the way, for those wondering, those are some of the astronaut support personnel that go out with the crew members of the family's crew members, and also go to support them. So you could see some people from Roscosmos there. You can tell by the flight suit there. I would imagine there's someone from ESA over on the other side, but you can see the two Roscosmos support people there. And the crew getting their final chance to talk to their families.
So, Jay, we noticed that, you know, people are behind like a fence there.
Yeah.
Can you tell us why? Why would, you know, the crew and their families be separated away from the astronauts and cosmonaut that are about to endeavor on this flight?
Yeah, so that's all part of their quarantine program. I mean, they, I think it's a few weeks out, they go into quarantine to make sure that, you know, they're staying safe from any sort of earthborne illnesses or anything. Got to make sure that the crew is not going to be potentially taking something up to the International Space Station that could then cause anybody else to get sick. So that is an unfortunate part of it where, you know, they have to be a little bit further apart from their families than they would want to be, but it is very important to the overall health of the mission and the ISS in general.
You know, every time we sit here and talk about quarantines, Jay, I always cast my mind back to Apollo 7, why these quarantines are here. For the people that don't know, the Apollo 7 mission was the first mission to test out the Apollo Command Service Module, the Block 2 Command Service Module. And one of the astronauts got a cold, but it didn't really become a cold until you were up in space. And I always think about that, Jay, like how bad would a head cold actually be in space? That doesn't sound like fun at all, right?
That's got to be awful because it's just all this sort of congestion just sort of goes up to your head anyway without having to worry about a head cold. So I can only imagine it's far worse.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's just that. Every time I think about it, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm like, oh no, we don't want none of that. All right, so. The shot that you're seeing right now is a shot that we are going to, that the crew is actually going to drive by on that road that's kind of in the foreground shot. In the background there, you have NASA's historic vehicle assembly building. That was the building where every single space shuttle stack and every single Saturn V mission, not Apollo mission, Saturn V mission was assembled and rolled out. Most recently, the Artemis II SLS has rolled out to the pad at 39B. Sawyer, it rolled out and it's just hanging out there, but the VAB is a very historic building, right? And SLS is just the next feather in its cap, right?
Exactly. I mean, where I'm sitting right now, I just look to my left and there is SLS out at the pad, which is still, I'm just going to say, a bit mind-boggling. But the history of this building, besides the significance of, you know, being able to say that it stacked all of the rockets that went to the moon with people on it and will continue to do so with Artemis II, it's amazing. It's a large building. It's one of the largest, I think it's the largest single-story building by volume. It's a behemoth. And we'll see if we can catch the number plates too. May have to see it as they go by.
Yep, looks like the Crew-12 crew is rolling out from the operations and checkout building. Now, Saber, I got another question here. This one's actually coming in from chat. This is MM Radio Channel 1969, who's asking, what mission is this and how long are they going to go up into space?
Yeah, so this is the Crew-12 mission, and this is going to be going up. I think they had shifted the time for this one. Am I wrong on this one? Because Crew-11 obviously came back a little bit early, but then the actual start date for Crew-12, I think that one shifted, changing its overall length. Is that correct?
They did move Crew-12 forward a little bit. If memory's serving me right, it is early, you know. Yeah.
Yep, that was because of actually not because of what happened with Crew-11, but to allow for more Artemis attempts, especially in that February window, and then to allow the March window to happen, which turns out they're going to need. So as a result, they tried to move this mission up as early as possible. So we have this happening now, and as a result, it's going to be a longer mission than usual. I've seen, again, it's always subject to change, but I believe it's an approximately 8-month mission this time, when normally they're anywhere from 4 to 6 on average.
Yep. So there you go. And with the crew rolling out, I mean, you guys are probably wondering who's on board. I think we should get into that maybe in a little bit. Maybe we should answer another question here. Let's see. Okay, this one's coming from Ninja Guy Dan. And Sawyer, I'm gonna push this one over towards you. Does SpaceX have a recovery vessel on standby in the water in the very unlikely event of a Falcon 9 abort system activation?
They have teams that are located all across the eastern seaboard. There are different abort zones that they have. So you'll hear them typically in the callouts during launch, 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, etc. Those are different abort areas. So for each of those areas, they have a team that is on standby and ready to be able to grab the crew and bring them back to land in the event that they need to use the abort system on Dragon.
Yep. There's basically teams all along the what's called an ascent corridor to in that unlikely event. We don't want to cast any bad juju. That's absolutely a thing. We don't want to do that. In the unlikely event that happens, then there is many abort contingencies, and the contingencies are practiced almost all the time with SpaceX. They constantly have people out there trying to going and practicing recovery contingencies just in case this happens. And there you go. We have a shot of the convoy, the Crew-12 convoy, heading down Kennedy Parkway towards the Vehicle Assembly Building and ultimately towards Space Launch Complex 40 for their launch. Liftoff currently is scheduled for 5:15 a.m. Now, I know what people are thinking. We are 3 hours and 21 minutes out from that. What are they going to do in that 3 hours and 21 minutes? Well, first of all, if you stick with us, I assure you it's going to go by quickly. It will go by fast. But with crew launches, you have to, it's not like we're in here doing a Starlink launch. It's like, oh, it goes up and came back down. All right, cool. With crew launches, there's a lot of precautions. I mean, you have to really check everything. You have to check everything. You have to check your spacesuits. You have to check communications. They have to be able to talk to the ground. That's some of the things that they'll be able to test through these next 3 hours. You have to make sure the hatch seal works correctly. You have to make sure that the crew or seatbelts work correctly. You have to make sure the seat rotation works. There's a bunch of things that they need to meticulously make sure work correctly to ensure success of this mission. So even though we're targeting a 5:15 liftoff here with this flight, and we're 3 hours and 20 minutes out, I assure you it's going to go by very quickly. All right. So once again, that is the Crew-12 crew coming down, going northbound on Kennedy Parkway towards the Vehicle Assembly Building. They should be coming up towards you, Sawyer, very quickly, right? That's where they're going. They're going to try. You said they were going to try to go past the VAB.
Oh, they absolutely do, which it made a lot more sense when they were going to launch Complex 39A, but that is currently out of commission for Crew. They've been primarily focusing on 39A for Falcon Heavy missions and, of course, for Starship coming to Florida. And just 2 days ago now, I believe, they lowered the Crew access arm off of 39A. So the only option they have right now is over at Space Launch Complex 40. So it's a little bit of a longer drive than we're used to if you're used to seeing them go over to 39A. So they're going to drive down this road. They will pass by SpaceX's facilities, Hangar X and X2, and the Gigabay they're being built. That is also where a lot of these SpaceX controllers will be, is down that way. So that is the route they're going to take on the way over here. And I will probably come back to you guys in a moment for when they come by, and I'll chat with you after that.
As they Sawyer, you need to be where you want to be in a hurry, because I've already seen the helicopter roughly in the Gigabay area. So we are not, in fact, the helicopter is almost to the intersection. So we are not far from Crew being within our view, which is always super exciting and one of my favorite parts of Crew launches. which is being able to wave to them as they head to the pad. And the folks they pass at this moment are some of the last folks they will see before they get ready to go to space. So the first vehicle has turned the building at the intersection toward the VAB, so the crew is definitely on their way.
Oh, yeah, I think we could just faintly hear the sirens actually through your microphone.
Yep.
Yes, then you're going to hear the helicopter. So I think I'll put myself on mute for a moment because it's about to get loud where I am.
Oh, we can hear it. We can hear it. Thank you, Julia. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So,
actually, you know what? I'm just going to leave it on for background. Not going to lie. It's a moment.
It is. So, Crew-12 convoy heading to the pad, turning into the Launch Complex 39 area. Now, keep in mind, that's not the pad. They're not launching from 39A here like they normally do. They're going to Slick 40, but Space Launch Complex 40, but they do have to drive through the complex of 39A. So you can see the convoy moving over towards the press site. That's Operations Support Building 1 in the background. And here we go, crews driving by the VAB, moving down the crawlerway to Space Launch Complex 40 for the Crew-12 launch. With the helicopter up in the sky, being the eye in the sky. That's really cool. You can also see Kennedy Space Center's Emergency Response Team, or ERV, if you're wondering why there's armored vehicles going down the crawlerway. That is the Emergency Response Team. And I know people ask, like, well, why do they need that? Why do they do it? Well, it's better to have it and not need it, and need it and not have it. Am I right, or am I right?
Even though we are in a badged location, security is absolutely top priority, as well as emergency services. So you do get to see those folks doing what they do best to make sure our astronauts are safe on their way to the pad.
Okay, so there they are. They're moving down the crawlerway here. It's kind of a little bit of a darker shot, but those are the with a police car out in front and rear. Those are the 3 Tesla Model X's that the crew is using for transport to the pad. Okay, it looks like we got Sawyer back on comms. Excuse me, we got Sawyer back on comms here. Sawyer, how was the drive-by? Was it good?
That was fast. My goodness. I mean, they usually go pretty quick, but I don't know if it's just because this is a crew launch out of 40 and they have the longer drive, but they flew by. The speed at which they're moving today is, I mean, not as fast as Falcon 9 is going to fly, but very quick. And of course, made sure to give them a wave as they went by.
Okay. Jay, do we know how long that the 39A, the route to 39A between the VAB? Now, once again, they're not going to 39A, but how long is that road?
Oh gosh, I don't know off the top of my head, but they're going to get there a lot faster than the crawler did when it was taking SLS.
Absolutely. What's the speed on that? The half a mile an hour?
I think it's like top speed is, I believe, 1 mile an hour, 2 tops for sure, but at least 1.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So I got a
corner there.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay, so we have the quad box here. On the top left, we see a shot of the helicopter that's moving with the convoy. Center shot is the convoy moving down the 39A access road. Top right shot is Space Launch Complex 40, where that convoy is heading. And then the bottom center shot is a live shot from press viewing areas here that we are providing here with our media team that's out there. Okay.
And as we're enjoying these nighttime views, we actually got a relevant question from Pete Carney, who asked, why launch at night? Any reason? And the big reason for that is orbital mechanics. The International Space Station is currently, let's see, over the Pacific Ocean, and will be traveling northeast across South America. And then it will complete a whole other orbit. And that way it will line up with the east coast of the U.S., essentially, so that the capsule can launch up to the International Space Station and have the least amount of time that is comfortable, at least, to travel to the ISS. It'll still take, several hours. But I think there is an option that is shorter for at least getting to the ISS, where it's just a couple hours. But this is going to be something we want to take our time with. Got to do things safely and securely. So it is launching there just because things happen to line up where the ISS is traveling in the correct position as the Earth is rotating, so they launch at night.
Okay. And while the crew is making their way out to Space Launch Complex 40, let's introduce you to the Crew-12 crew. Commanding this morning's mission. Actually, okay, so we have a mission specialist here. That's Andrei Fedyev. He's a Russian cosmonaut here that's flying to the ISS in support of the current expedition. Now, I what people are wondering. Wait a minute, why a cosmonaut? Well, it's important to the different parts of the ISS. There's two main big parts of the International Space Station. There's the United States operational segment, and then there's the Russian operational segment. And it's important, and they've been doing this since the ISS started, since Expedition 1. They've been doing this. They've been mixing crews on board to make sure that there's always an American and always a Russian up there. So handling the mission specialist job for this mission, we have Andrei Fedyev. He's spent 185 days, 22 hours, 43 minutes in space. Hasn't done any EVAs, maybe soon. He's a major in the Russian Air Force, and he was selected as part of Russia's 2012 cosmonaut group. He actually has already flown on Crew 6 before. He's the first Russian frequent flyer, flying today for the second time on a Dragon. Pretty good stuff. And then in the Mission Specialist 2 slot, we have Sophie Adenau, mission specialist. This is her first flight, believe it or not. She is a European Space Agency astronaut hailing from France. She's a colonel in the French Air and Space Force and the second female French astronaut. She was selected in ESA's 2022 astronaut group, and this is her first flight. First flight up into space. That's a big milestone for France, Jay, isn't it? That's
Yeah, absolutely.
I can only think of. She's the second female French astronaut. Who are the other ones? I can think of Thomas Pesquet. Who else do we have?
Oh gosh.
Well, we had Julie Payette back in the day for shuttle.
Yeah, there you go.
Although she was Canadian technically, so I guess I don't know how to count that. I'm trying to remember who else.
I don't think you should confuse French Canadians with French people. That's like confusing British and Americans.
Yep.
But anyway, Sophie Adenau's flying on her first flight tonight. And then we have the pilot of the mission here tonight. Also on a first flight, we have Jack Hathaway. He's a pilot. This is his first flight. He previously served in the United States Navy, logging over 2,500 hours. He has a Master's of Science in Aerospace Dynamics, and he was selected in NASA Group 23. This is his first flight. He's a United States Naval War College graduate, if I'm remembering correctly. First flight for him. He's the pilot of this mission. And then, last but certainly not least, we have the commander of this mission. We have Jessica Meyer. Jessica Meyer has flown before. She spent 204 days, 15 hours, 19 minutes in space doing 3 extravehicular activities, or EVAs for short. She performed the first all-female extravehicular activity with the Artemis II astronaut, Christina Cook, when she was up on the space station as well. She's a PhD in marine biology, and she was selected in NASA's astronaut group 21. Pretty dang good. I do believe she went to MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, so she's wicked smart, as they say. So yeah, 4 crew rounding it out. I always sit here and, I always go and read about astronauts, accomplishments and like Jack Hathaway, Naval War College, Jess Meyer, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It's like, oh, I made my bed today. That's cool.
It's always one of those things where it's like, you're so proud of them because they've achieved so much. And then you have to really try not to look too much back at yourself and say,
Right.
"Oh well, I made lunch." That's
Yep.
good, right?
Yeah, I'm proud that I am vicariously living through them with their success. That is great. This is fantastic. But seriously though, astronauts, whether they're coming from Europe, they're coming from Russia, Jeremy Hansen on Artemis 2 coming from Canada, they represent the best of us. And it really is. It's honestly, some of the achievements that these folks have done is just frankly awe-inspiring stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
where do you find the time of the day?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you're a doctor, a veteran, and an astronaut? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I stream on Twitch, that's cool.
But it's also, you're absolutely right, though. It's always incredible to learn about that as you deep dive further and further into it.
Yep, definitely good stuff. What you're looking at here is some B-roll footage of training. That's actually astronaut training. That is at Johnson Space Center. There is the Crew-12 crew with the backups as well there, training for this mission. Now, Jay, it's not like they just selected them for this mission, right? And then, okay, here you go. Here's your ride into space. They've been training at JSC. They've been doing all kinds of stuff. Like, how long is this mission? How long do you think these training things go on for? It's got to be, the assignments come like years in advance, right?
Oh yeah, and training goes on for months and months just for like EVAs alone. We mentioned that this is Jessica Mears' second space flight. She's done 3 EVAs, so on one of her space flights, she did 2 EVAs. There's a ton of work that goes into training for EVAs. Not only learning the procedures that you have to do, but also training for them inside of the NBL, the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. A lot of times that comes with working both in the light and in the dark, where you're trying to simulate the microgravity situation. And it's so much work just for each aspect of the mission. That's not even including all the stuff inside of the station where they're doing experiments and all that kind of stuff. It's an enormous amount of work. So it really is just incredible the amount of time and dedication that they put into it. But then also that everybody else that helps to train them goes through to actually get them up into space and comfortable with what they have to do. Because it takes a village, I guess, to raise an astronaut. Is that where I'm going with this?
Right.
Kind of seems like it. But yeah.
Yep. Shout out to Johnson Space Center, the home of human space flight in the United States, and shout out to NASA Flight Operations too. You guys rule.
Yep. Yeah, it's not just astronauts. It's not just a rocket taking off. People have to take care of the pads. There's an entire infrastructure there that, people. It's so easy to get focused on the launch and the astronauts, and there's so much more to aerospace really as an industry overall, but especially space flight. Just getting people where they need to go is a tremendous accomplishment.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm just going to go through some quick support here, guys, if you don't mind. There's been plenty of support in chat while we've been sitting here, waxing poetic about how, astronauts are amazing and how I made my bed. That's good too. So I'm just going to plow through it here real quick. We got Omar Prado becoming a Pad Rat member. Do appreciate it. Kelly and Marie also becoming a Pad Rat member. We have Lady Inui becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate you. We got Mark Snow also becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you so much. Okay, we got Musoff 15 also becoming a Pad Rat member. And then we have William Derry. William Derryberry. Thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. We appreciate it. All this stuff comes into support it and comes into for support for us and brings you the shots that you see here, like that one with the helicopter going by. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. And then we have we have Streetum becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. And then we have Bideford here with a $50 super chat. Here's to our wonderful NSF hosts for whom, if they didn't go without sleep and entertain us, we'd all be bored. Yep, that sleep thing. Yeah, that sleep thing. Yeah, about that. Yeah, yep.
But it's also not just the hosts.
Yep. Yeah. Everybody pulling the strings in the back channel. Absolutely.
And our producers.
Yep. And that's who I'm talking about. Kevin, Carson, and Jay doing their thing back there, helping to give us this awesome quad shot here with a screen capture from Julia there as the crew was going by the press site.
racing past, as Sawyer was putting it. So apparently they were in a hurry, but she managed to snap that picture just in time.
That was some of the fastest I've seen them go by. That is for sure.
Those were not good photography conditions.
Oh,
There
do
you
you
go.
dare
That
want to
that
see mine?
accurately, yeah, that accurately depicts the moment as it happened because we are also out on a wildlife preserve. So uh, we are not like a big city with a lot of lights. We have orange, uh, shall we say, sea turtle friendly lighting out here and not much of it. So when the crew's in a hurry to go on their mission, you know, yeah, that's what you get. But it's real. It's what the moment is, and it was still special.
Yep.
There's something about that wave, just waving as you go by and knowing the significance of it. It just you get chills every time.
I bet. I've actually never experienced that, Sawyer. How many times have you done that, just out of curiosity?
I've done every crew launch except Crew 4, Crew 9, and Act 3. So all of those and
So
STS
yes.
135.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a non-insignificant number. Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't get old every time. I could say that for sure.
Oh, I bet. I bet. Okay, I'm gonna get through the rest of the support here. So we have Alter Histories with a $10 super chat. Good warm morning from Moravia. Always a pleasure to watch a stream and absorb your space wisdom. We're here to provide it, guys. We are all space nutcases. This is why we do it. This is why we're up at 2:13 in the morning. I mean, I'm sitting in my office, talking to the wall, but I do this because I love this stuff. Jay, I don't know about you. I know, actually, I do. You're right there with me, right?
Absolutely, huge fan. Love talking about this kind of stuff. I think what always fascinates me about it is if you find a space nerd, they usually have some niche area of aerospace that they particularly love, and if you get them talking on that subject, it will be hours before you can get them to stop talking about that subject. So this is what we're here for, to sort of pool our resources essentially and help share that with folks out there.
Yep. All right. Little bit more support here. We have a store message saying it's time for launch there. Thank you very much. It's coming anonymously from the store. It's a new order for Discovery getting ready to launch. That's a good picture. That's one of my favorites. All right, and then we got another store message. Love the content. Keep up the good work. Hey, pleasure's all on this side of the screen, okay? That's an SLS assembly shirt going out there. We appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. So, let's see. We are sitting at T-minus 3 hours and 43 seconds. Excuse me, it's early. We're a little ways out here. So I think, Jay, Sawyer, I think we should get some more questions, shouldn't we? There's plenty of them over in the chat. Okay, let's see. So let me take a look. Let me rifle through here and see what we got. Oh, this one's coming from Sean Moy. Sawyer, I'm going to send this one over to you because you're there. What are the chances of a morning jellyfish? What is a jellyfish, first of all?
Yeah, for those who don't know, the jellyfish effect is basically when the sun is either just about to rise or has just set. The way that the lighting hits the launch plume, basically, you're able to see, oops, sorry about the wind, the expansion of it so much more. And it kind of looks like the top of a jellyfish, that kind of rounded top with the lighting hitting it. Well, I got to double check what time sunrise is right here, and I'll be able to let you know. I think it may be a bit too early. Yeah, sunrise is 7 a.m. So at this point, it's a bit too early for the jellyfish effect here for that 5:15 a.m. launch.
But Sawyer, what else do we get instead of a jellyfish because this is return to landing zone?
Oh, the one I'm aiming for tonight, the Falcon Nebula. So basically, after stage separation, the first stage will have to basically halt the brakes, it'll slam on the brakes to be able to then go right back to where it landed as opposed to just coasting like they're used to for the drone ship landings. So as a result, that means that during that burn, the engines from the first stage are kind of pointing near the engines of stage 2, or the engine of stage 2, and as a result, you get this plume interaction, and it looks kind of like a nebula, and we call that the jellyfish, or the Falcon Nebula.
So, what are the chances? I think it's a little too early, but
Chances
we
of a
might.
Falcon Nebula are very high if
Very
the clouds
high.
cooperate, but for a
Uh,
jellyfish, not likely.
yeah. Okay. There you go. There you go. So, Jay, I'm gonna rifle this next question off here from Terrence the W here, saying, are there any strange traditions that the crew still do before a launch? I mean, I don't know about you guys. I believe in bad juju, but I think the astronauts and cosmonaut are kind of with me on this one. Jay, what do you think?
Oh gosh, I think honestly that's probably going to be better suited for Sawyer because Sawyer is up to date with pretty much everything astronaut ever, anytime, any space flight. Not to build you up too much, Sawyer.
I do. One of them I'm going to hand off to Julia. I know it sounds like we're bouncing it around, but Julia has the history behind it. So as they suit up, there is one thing that they have to do before they walk out, before what we just saw, and that is a card game. Do you want to explain the rules, Julia?
Oh boy. Yeah. So, to be fair, I have asked an astronaut exactly when this started, and nobody knows exactly when this started, but it was during the shuttle program. And basically, it's a card game, and your commander has to win before they can leave. Sometimes that happens in just one round, and it's basically just a high-low, and they have to have the higher. Unfortunately for this suit up, we did not have live views available to us to share that moment, which is usually when we explain it. So we may come back to it again when NASA goes live, because I do believe they were recording the whole suit up process, and then we can come back while they're doing that on NASA's stream, and we can discuss more about that. But other traditions that do occur during crew launches are the roses at Johnson Space Center, correct, Sawyer? A family does still deliver the roses for crew launches, and Mission Control has those. So once the crew leaves the pad here and you get handoff, that control center takes over. And one tradition used to be cookies. So when the astronauts came to Kennedy Space Center in their T-38s, one of the first places they would go would be the crew kitchen, and they would load up on those cookies. And occasionally those do come back, at least to the press site, because I do bake those for our crew most launches. This time, y'all, sorry, I was too tired, but you'll definitely get them for Artemis. So there are still traditions in play. Each little crew may have their own things that they do, but there's still the crew breakfast, going out to the beach house, which I do believe Jessica had posted being out there on her social media.
Yep. And then the other tradition that's relatively new just for these launches with SpaceX is that they get to sign the wall of the White Room before they enter the capsule. And so it used to be at 39As, there would be a NASA logo and a SpaceX logo, and depending on if you're flying a NASA mission or a private SpaceX mission, you would sign next to that specific insignia. Whereas in, I believe, Lake 40s just has the X in it, and right now it only has the Crew 9 signatures in there. So we'll be adding 4 more of those, including the commander, as you saw there, and all of the astronauts that you see with these photos that Max took at walkout, which are spectacular.
Yeah, really
Look at
great
those
stuff.
smiles.
They were not standing there for very long, so that's really, really exceptional work, Max.
Good stuff. So once again, this is Max Evans out there in working media there for the walkout there, taking some great portrait shots of the Crew-12 crew. All right. So at this point in time, crew should be inside of the pad perimeter here, but it should be a little bit before they do crew ingress. There's a couple of things that you got to figure out there. So I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep going here with the questions. And so, Jay, I will I will pose this. I'll fire this one again to you. I want to get you to answer one of these questions. You're gonna answer one, all right? You're gonna answer one. You're gonna like it.
Just one. No, I'm kidding.
So this question is from Waning Exploring 5587, who's asking, how long has SpaceX been taking astronauts up to the ISS, the International Space Station, and what did they use to take them before SpaceX?
Oh, wow.
That's a good one, right?
Yeah. I can answer half of that because I don't remember the exact start date that they started launching. I don't have that off the top of my head. However,
2020.
2020. Thank you.
May of 2020.
It was 2020. There we go. I answered it.
There you go. Hey, dude, we're good. We're good. Pack it up. We're good.
So we have had the fortune, I suppose, of being able to have a continuous presence on the ISS for more than 20 years now. A lot of that was done with the space shuttle, but then obviously the space shuttle program ended, and so then American astronauts were essentially hitching a ride with cosmonauts on Soyuz to get themselves up into space at the ISS. And that was pretty much the only way for a fair amount of time. Fortunately, now we have multiple options for getting crew to and from there. In this case, the Dragon. So Dragon has been doing a great job. Really, really, really beautiful vehicle. I love how Dragon looks. The integration of the Super Dracos, which is the sort of four launch escape system thrusters into the sides of it, it's such a cool shape. It really is a very unique capsule, so I really like that.
Yep. So the space shuttle stopped flying in July of 2011, and then from basically July of 2011 to May of 2020, 9 years, NASA astronauts were hitching a ride on the Russian Soyuz rocket. Mm-hmm. And they still do, for what it's worth. They still do. They used to as well, though. Yeah. All right. And yeah, we had basically no crewed flights from United States soil for 9 years. And then the DM2 mission happened in May of 2020. And since then, this is the 12th crew mission. And then there's been 4 commercial space missions to the ISS with the Axiom 1, 2, 3, 4 missions. And then not only that, there has been fully private missions like Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn, from the Polaris program. There's been the From 2 mission, which is the first humans into polar orbit. There's been plenty of flights since then. But yeah, for how did they do it before Dragon? Well, Soyuz.
International partnerships.
International
part of the ISS and human spaceflight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and technically Starliner as well also has brought a crew up to the ISS, although it is yet to bring them back down. That's a whole nother story, but just other ways to access the International Space Station, I have to mention it.
Yep, that is true.
Okay. Now, the camera shots out here look pretty clear, but I think I'm going to throw it over to Julia for the weather. Julia, how's the weather going out there? Are we still looking good? No clouds rolling in, right?
Oh, I mean, there's clouds, but we're on the coast here, so it's chilly for Florida. I have a hat on today. That does not impact at all what the rocket does, though, on the pad. Totally able to launch. As far as weather goes, I would say it's still a green. I'm not aware of any downrange weather issue on the eastern range at this moment. So we'll wait and hear an official launch weather forecast. But for now, we're good. The winds are calm. Skies are not exactly clear, but that's okay. These are not storm clouds.
Okay. So we have the launch forecast up here coming from NASASpaceflight, which has given us a probability of go, or PGO for short, of 90%. The primary concerns here we have are cumulus cloud rules and flight through precipitation. Now, if you don't speak meteorologist, and don't get me wrong, meteorology is a second language for me, so I'm not fluent in weather guy, but we're getting there. I know how it pertains to rockets. I'll tell you that. The cumulus cloud rule means there's clouds in the area. You generally don't want to fly through clouds with the rocket. I mean, same reasons you don't want to fly through them with an airplane. And that kind of leads into the next thing. That's flight through precipitation. Don't fly through a rain cloud. water hitting your spacecraft on the way up is probably not great for it. Don't do that. So if we look down here at additional risk criteria here, we have pad escape winds are low. Ascent corridor weather is moderate, which means the Atlantic might be a little bit angy tonight. This morning. It's tonight for me, guys. I apologize. And then the booster recovery weather is low. I mean, of course, the booster is coming right back to the pad. So the pad escape winds and the booster recovery weather is basically the same thing, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And then solar activity is low. Now I wonder, what do you mean solar activity? It's nighttime. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's nighttime out. That is talking about the charged radiation that comes from the sun, particularly from what's called a coronal mass ejection. Basically, the sun is a gigantic power plant. If you think of it like that, every once in a while, it burps a little bit and it shoots out ejecta in the form of solar winds, which is ionized radiation. And that, there is weather. There's weather in space. That's the right way to say it. And you generally don't want to fly into that if there's high what's called solar activity. But thankfully, this morning, solar activity looks to be really low.
And if I can clarify one thing, I just want to make sure it's not like we're saying Next Spaceflight is the one predicting the forecast. This is the official forecasting comes from the 45th Weather Squadron at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here in Florida with Patrick Space Force Base. So just want to make sure that we're not the ones doing the forecasting. It's the actual the range, so to speak. They have an entire weather squadron that this is all they do is live, eat, and breathe, launch weather.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sawyer. Yeah, we're just reporting on the information that we get, so we're just sending this back out to the masses. Also, the solar winds are the wonderful effect that get caught up in Earth's magnetic field that give us the aurora. So if you've ever seen some beautiful pictures from that, then that is the source of all of those wonderful colors in the night sky.
Yeah, so usually large amounts of aurora all the way down the United States equals bad time to launch.
Yes. I gotta make sure things are relatively calm.
Mm-hmm. And we have seen a lot of solar activity. It does happen. We've seen I've seen the aurora borealis all the way down in New England. I'm in New England. That's not near the North Pole. Last time I checked. I mean, I'm about 42 degrees north, and we were seeing the auroras down here, which is. Yeah, it is higher than normal, but tonight it's not a big deal. It's low on the forecast, and there's the meteorologists that you see on the television. I'm not saying that they're bad, but the Space Force Delta 45, they're the meteorologists of meteorologists. They're the goated meteorologists. Whatever they say, I'll believe them. I believe that's the type of aeronautical meteorology that you really don't want to get wrong.
Yeah.
That's the one that's like pilots rely on for flying planes around. So whatever they say goes, if they say don't fly, okay, all right, cool. Gotcha, Okay.
I think we do see a little bit of activity. It's hard to tell from this far out, but there is a little bit of activity going on around the capsule itself. So Julia was talking earlier about how the astronauts were seeing, some people for the last people that they would see on Earth for a little while until they go up and then come back down from their mission. But that's going to be the closeout crew that's up there, or also known as the Pad Ninjas, which are just a part of the SpaceX team that helps to ensure astronauts are getting positioned right, making sure everything is functional, looking good, safe, all buttoned up, and getting ready to seal things up. So that'll take a while. That's going to be a process to get everybody in and situated, but that is currently the activity that's going on up at the top of the rocket.
Yep, that's called crew ingress, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, where they assist the crew in getting in. Basically, strap yourself in, make sure you're comfortable. They're going to be in there for a while. I don't know if you guys see that timer that's in the top left corner of your screen. We are sitting at 2 hours, 44 minutes, 22 seconds out from a liftoff here of the Crew-12 mission to the ISS, to the International Space Station. Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see what we got. Weather's looking good. You know,
And the Falcon 9 is not fueled yet either. Like this is still before everything's fueled up, so the crew gets there early, gets situated, buttoned up, then everybody clears the pad, and then they start to fuel the rocket.
Okay, so I got another question here. This is actually a pretty good one. I'm going to handle this one if you don't mind. So this is coming from Hyman Zahara. How long can Dragon be docked to the ISS? Well, it actually varies. I mean, the absolute latest that you really it kind of depends. NASA is working on 6-month crew rotations here. That's how they're doing it right now. So Dragon can stay up there for a little over 6 months. There's obviously flux in the timelines here because, you know, there's only certain times you can get to the ISS. There's, you know, missions that might end shortly. There's resupply missions that might come in at different times. There's a lot of logistics that have to do with this. I think the longest that we've seen one up there is 7 months. It could probably go further, but the reason why I want to kind of talk about it is because, well, I'm not going to say that they don't know. There are bottlenecks and there is consumables on Dragon where you have to come back down eventually. But you don't, with spaceflight, you never ever want to get to that point. So let's just say figuratively here that if Dragon has a consumable on it that lasts 10 months, right? You're going to plan your mission for 6 months, right? So if anything goes wrong, you're preemptive about it. And you have some flux in your time period here. Now, keep in mind, those numbers are kind of made up in this analogy, but it goes to show you how SpaceX and NASA go about solving these problems, go about handling these movements in ISS logistics. You know, you got to be preemptive. Human spaceflight especially is all about making sure you don't really have any surprises. And if you do, you're prepared for them. So how long can Dragon stay up there? You know what? We're not exactly sure. We don't know the upper limits of it. But we know that NASA isn't going to get close to it. I know that for a fact. They won't get close to it because you always plan just in case. You always have a contingency. You always have something you can fall back on. You never want to put yourself into a scenario that's unrecoverable, right? You don't want to do that. NASA and SpaceX work diligently to be absolutely preemptive about anything that could potentially jeopardize the mission. So how long can it stay up there? Probably a good amount of time. But do you risk it? No, absolutely not. Don't ever get near the upper limits of what Dragon should be doing. If you always plan your missions around 2/3 of Dragon's time up there, once again, those numbers are just for, you know, demonstration purposes. If you always plan for like 2/3 of the total time you can keep it up there, you're never going to run into problems, right? That's just smart engineering. And that's the kind of stuff you got to do if you're going to run a continuously crewed space station for over 2 decades at this point. I think the first Expedition 1, that was 2000, wasn't it?
That was the year 2000, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Of course, pieces of the ISS went up earlier. I believe as early as 1998, and then they were pieced together, but for actual crew living was 2000.
Yep. So continuous crewed operations on the International Space Station since 2000. That's yeah. I don't know about you guys. I remember that. I remember when that was on the news, and I don't know what that says about me. You know, I definitely remember
that you've always been a spaceflight nerd. That's what it says.
You know what? That's what I wanted to hear,
Yeah.
Jay.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to hear. All right. Great questions all around. I'm just going to go through some support here real quick. We got Shazbert Toddbot here. $20 super chat. Just got home from work. Did you have a good nap before the stream? No, I did not.
Nap?
No. No, yeah, I don't know what that is. Between this coverage here and the Space Force SF-87 mission that launched last night, in the last 48 hours, I've probably gotten about 6 hours of sleep. So, you know, I'm doing just fine. I got a cup of coffee. I'm great. You guys got your coffee? I'd hope so, because we got 2 hours, 39 minutes, 27 seconds until this candle gets lit. We got plenty of time left, so get your coffee brewing. It is the morning. It says AM right there on my clock, so we're going to keep it going. So did I get sleep? No, absolutely not. And then we got Rose. What's up?
Oh, your little bro buddy. Sorry.
Before coming out here, and
So Sawyer, it looks like your mic
caffeine to
is
drink right now.
is
Sorry,
good.
it's the Starlink. It was a Starlink handover. Apologies about that. Hopefully, I should be back now.
All right, yeah, you sound great.
Okay.
What were you
Yeah,
saying?
I was saying I took a 30-minute nap, and I've got caffeine seltzer here, so I'm trying, and a sandwich. So hopefully that'll help.
Ooh, sandwich helps.
Yeah, absolutely. Always get a good bite to eat, but guys, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't skip this for nothing. You know, even if I didn't cover SF-87, I will not miss a crew launch. No way. I've watched every single Dragon crew launch, every single one of them. Who's with me here in chat? Have you watched every single one? I've watched every single one of them, from DM2 all the way to Crew-12, commercial missions from 2, Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn. How many of you guys out there in chat have watched all of them? Be honest. Don't lie. Don't lie. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. And we got Rose Fawn becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much, Rose. We do appreciate you. Most of them? You got most of them? I will not miss a crewed flight. You know why? It's because, you know, me and Sawyer and Jay too, right? We're all shuttle guys. I mean, it wouldn't be NSF without us saying something about the space shuttle. We're all space shuttle fans. Yep, there you go. If you have that on your bingo card, you're good, right? It wouldn't be us if we weren't going to talk about the shuttle. I remember, Sawyer, you said you were there. STS-135, that last flight, and then nothing after that, right? Nothing for 9 years.
I remember it.
I will not miss a crewed flight because Sawyer, we've had nothing. Remember that? We had nothing for a long time.
Plus, it's people. That's the other thing. You know, it's not your ordinary Starlinks, as I like to call them, can feel ordinary. That's for sure. But it never ceases to amaze me as humanity that we have designed the ability to create this vehicle and a capsule on top of it that can sustain the life of human beings in an environment that is one of the most deadly that we know of. It just blows my mind. The rocket science, the life support systems, the engineering, all of the work that goes into it, and the thousands of people that have to make it happen so that these 4 people can do extremely important research and science and bring home the overview effect never ceases to amaze me.
Yep. Good stuff. Yeah, this is, like I said, it's like I was saying earlier, boys. This is humanity at its best. This is great. Great stuff. And, you know, Julia was talking about all the traditions, you know, like, I know, Julia, I know you said you didn't bake cookies this time, but, you know, it's stuff like that that really puts a human element on it. And I think that's the other reason why I won't miss one. That's what really differentiates this from a Starlink launch. Not that a Starlink launch is bad. Anytime a rocket goes off, it's great, right? But Julia, you were talking about baking cookies, you're talking about the roses, you're talking about all that stuff. The human element really drives this home. It really, you kind of don't lose sight, you know, of why we're doing this, right? It's really important. Yeah, good stuff.
Absolutely. Like, there's nothing like a crew mission. I really don't have any other way to explain it than it's not a vibe. It's not a moment, as people say on social media. There's a weight to it. There's an importance to it. But there's something special too about an international partnership that we get to witness here at the press site. Not only do we have members of press from other countries here, but I just met somebody from ESA and their media team and what they bring to the table. And just seeing an international partnership is a beautiful thing. And we don't always get that out here for your everyday Starlink missions, right? So, crew just hits different, as Max would say.
Yeah, it's one of those, you have to come out and try and experience it. If you've never seen a rocket launch, especially one with the crew, I highly recommend trying to do it. If you do come down, by the way, we have a video on the YouTube channel of where are the best places to watch the launch. So if you haven't, if you want to come down and not sure where and how to plan it out, it's a good tool to kind of help you out with it. But absolutely highly recommend getting to see one of these. And speaking of the international part that you were talking about, just look at how these different nations are represented through their different patches. You have the ESA patch on the left. You have the, I believe the NASA one in the middle, and then the SpaceX patch on the right. And I just love the design. You can see the three different flags on all of them, essentially. The American flag, the Russian flag, and the French flag, which it helps that all three of them are basically the same three colors in that sense. But the design's so unique. And Julie, you were talking with them about the Epsilon patch, which is an interesting one.
Right. So I did not realize that ESA, that they actually have their own mission name and mission patch, really to a nod to the agency and the astronaut that is participating. So um, the astronauts choose their own mission name. And in this case, this patch, um, let's see, the mission patch features numerous dots symbolizing these little nothing. Hummingbird, one of Earth's tiniest birds, crucial in ecosystems. Three colored dots recalling the French flag and representing Earth, Moon, and Mars. And finally, a shooting star, a poetic reminder that dreams keep us alive. So I thought that was really sweet, and that's a beautiful mission patch to go along with NASA's official one.
I love that it's the astronauts that get to pick that one too. Like it just further cements the humanity in spaceflight because they get to bring a part of themselves into the creativity of creating a patch like this. So it's really incredible to learn about that.
Right, and the mission name, I just caught this. ESA just brought us their own media materials, so this is how I actually learned about this. But Epsilon embodies the essence of small yet impactful contributions. So it's a reminder to all of us too that we may not think we contribute a lot, but we contribute more than you think.
Mm-hmm. All a small part of a greater whole, which is just trying to push our boundaries beyond the horizon of our own Earth into space as a international cooperation effort, essentially through the ISS, which is what we were talking about before, where the shuttle stopped flying, and obviously we still needed to continue sending astronauts up into space from the U.S. U.S. astronauts up into space, and so that's where the international partnership with Roscosmos came in. So we were sending them up on Soyuz and making sure that we still had access to the ISS because it has been continuously crewed for more than 20 years. And so we want to be able to continue that as long as we're able to, and then transfer that over to another space station. And then that's going to open up the possibility for other partnerships, not necessarily international specifically, but also commercial as well, trying to get more space stations up into orbit and even potentially beyond. So it seems slow going sometimes, and maybe it is, but it's also this sort of steadfast, steady march onwards. And we have setbacks sometimes, but it is all in the pursuit of continuing to push beyond our own Earth. So that's something I always really like. And like you're talking about earlier with the weight of a crew launch, this is a small part of that. Just like the ESA mission denotes. It's all one small step forward, essentially.
Yep, and speaking of slow steps forward, we have an update from NASA's Crew-12 blog. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir, Commander Jack Hathaway, pilot, along with mission specialists, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Edino and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev have boarded the Dragon spacecraft. Over the next 45 minutes, the crew will conduct communication checks with mission control, inspect their spacesuits for any leaks, and rotate their seats into a reclined position for launch before receiving the all-clear to close Dragon's side hatch. After liftoff at 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time, it will take the four-person team about 34 hours to rendezvous and dock at 3:15 p.m. on Saturday, February 14th to the International Space Station. Once they arrive, seven crew members representing the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, the European Space Agency, and Roscosmos, the Russian Space Agency, will be aboard the orbiting laboratory. Okay, good news. Good news. The crew's seated inside, and closeout crews are working to get Dragon's hatch sealed up and ready to go. That's good stuff. Good stuff. That's a good step in the right direction here.
Some of the things.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, sorry, some of the things that they're doing in that, because it's kind of vague of what they mean by closing everything out there and getting ready to close the hatch. What they end up doing is they get them all strapped in. They will do suit leak checks, so they will check the pressure on the suits to make sure that there's no leaks. They'll basically turn them into the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and everything's good. They'll deflate it back down. Once they do that, they will also do their communications checks with the different communications networks. So Dragon to ground, Dragon to air, all these different ways that they have to communicate. They have backups, of course, in case something were to stop working. So all of that are the things that they're running through before they finally give them their tablets, seal everything up, and head out. And also of note, the closeout crew, they typically give some of their patches to the astronauts who take it up with them to space. And then once they make it back safely, they give their name patch back to the closeout crew as a kind of thank you for getting them all set up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff. We got another picture here coming in from Max. Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
Amazing. It looks like Jessica, I believe.
Yep, that's Jessica.
Yep. Is saying goodbye.
Bringing that human element home.
Right? It might not have it in my size, but that hoodie that the kid has on is pretty cool. I would definitely rock that. Dude, you know what? It could be a onesie. That's fine. A spacesuit is a onesie. That's fine. It's okay. Right? Good stuff. Driving that human element home. There you go.
Shout out Max Evans.
Yeah, Max Evans. Beautiful photo out there for the crew walkout. And had such a small amount of time to get photos, but just absolutely nailed it. Did really fantastic.
Good stuff. So once again, you're looking at a live shot here of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket with a Dragon 2 spacecraft on board. Set to fly the Crew-12 mission here with a liftoff time of 5:50 a.m. Eastern Time. That is 2 hours, 26 minutes, 50 seconds out from launch. Crew is currently getting into the capsule in anticipation of a early Friday morning launch to the International Space Station. Yeah, crew ingress should be done. You can kind of see, sorry, Jay, I didn't mean to interrupt. You can kind of see if you squint your eyes. You could see there's some movement up there around the capsule. We can kind of see somebody up there on that surface structure doing their thing, right?
Yeah, and we've got a decent view of the pad right now. And in addition to what we're seeing from this view, SLC-40 has also, SLC-40, I'm giving away the secret. SLC-40 has also had some recent additions. Do you want to be able to talk through what some of that new new construction is out there for them?
We do have new construction. I do believe in the form of a launch pad, Jay, don't we?
A landing pad, yes.
Yeah.
LZ-40, Landing Zone 40 is a new addition to SLC-40, and it will be the first attempted landing at this particular landing zone, which is not very far from the launch site itself. So right here, we can see...
Just to the east. Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's just to the east of where the pad is, kind of towards the water there. And I was wondering earlier of how long has it been since we've seen a new landing location? And it turns out it's been a while. It has been over a decade since we have seen a new landing zone on land introduced. Here at the Cape, the first one saw the first ever successful landing of an orbital class booster on LZ-1 there back in 2015. Still remember that vividly. LZ-2's debut was for the side core during the Falcon Heavy demo in February 2018. And then out on the West Coast, you had SAOCOM 1A back in October of 2018. So that's the last time we've seen any new landing zones on land. Now, if we move to the sea, even still, it's been quite a while. It's been 5 years since the newest one, going back to the original. Just read the instructions for CRS-5, which saw better days, and then they moved to the current Just Read the Instructions back in 2016. Then you have, of course, I Still Love You, which was the East Coast, moved out to the West Coast, and that was commissioned in 2016. And then the newest one, the baby of the fleet, a shortfall of Gravitas, which made its debut on CRS-23 back in 2021. That is the last time we have seen a new location for a SpaceX booster to land. And this was the history of LZ-1, because that last year saw its final landing. I believe it was Crew 10. So it's finally Crew 10 or Crew 11. I'm trying to remember which. Because then the other one landed at LZ2, which LZ2 ended at the end of last year when their lease kind of ended there. So now everything is going to be LZ40, and the main goal is to be able to, wherever you launch from, is where you land.
That's, we have the landing site. There's LZ4 out at Vandenberg, that was actually another launch pad that SpaceX converted into a landing pad, right? And that's all, Vandenberg launches there is a lot of them nowadays. Let's be real. It's not as much as you'd see out of the Cape usually, but the fact that landing pad was right next to the launch pad out on the West Coast was cool. But now we don't have to worry about that. We have LZ40. It is right outside the pad perimeter, and yeah, it's you know what, Sawyer? It's cool to see that SpaceX is still making moves with Falcon 9. At times you see them, it's like, oh, the pivot to Starship. But yet you have this amazing workhorse of a vehicle, right? That launches every 2 days, almost 2 to 3 days. We get one of these launches. We get landings. We get, new landing pads being made. 2 pads with, I was about to say 2 pads with crew access capability, but that's not a thing anymore right now.
Nope.
There's always stuff going.
It is.
He agrees.
Unbelievable. They haven't forgotten about it.
Yep. You'd think that it's all Starship. No. The Falcon 9 program is still doing work. It's still doing work, still the workhorse of the American space program right now. It's great.
And a reminder, Space Launch Complex 40. Oh, sorry. Must be a delay on my end. I don't mean to keep cutting you off. Space Launch Complex 40 is the busiest launch pad in the world currently, too, on top of that. So to add a landing zone to it is spectacular.
I'm super excited to see the photos that folks are going to take from this. I know you're excited out there. Is there any specific shots you're trying to go for with both the launch site but also the landing site?
I mean, of course, you want to go for the streak shot where you get both of them in the same frame, which is always nice. So I'm sure a lot of us will be aiming for that. Otherwise, I just want to be able to see it actually almost touch down, because normally, right when the landing legs deploy from the press site for LZs 1 and 2, it's behind these giant tree lines. So we never actually get to see it. It'll be nice to see it almost all the way through and to touchdown.
I'm just really excited. It's always so great to see. Like, for example, the shots that we just saw from Max. Like, I didn't know we were going to get such incredible photos from Walkout. It's always such a great surprise to see what folks decide to come up with their creativity, going out there and trying different things to get different shots and things like that, and just not only at the press site but also all over the Titusville area. Getting really incredible photos from launches. It's so exciting to see what turns out every single time.
Definitely good stuff. So, sorry, you were talking a little bit about the communication systems, the redundant communication systems that they're going through on top of suit lead checks, et cetera. I actually wanted to hover in on this, and because this is something I'm relatively familiar with here. So, people are, if anybody's wondering, like, why do they check the radio 3 times? Well, they communicate through 3 redundant loops during a launch, right? It actually becomes 2 once it leaves the pad. But there is the ground communications loop, which is just, the rocket connected into the pad, right? They can communicate through the ground loop. They communicate through ground tracking stations, right? Through ground tracking stations, the antennas that Dragon is going to communicate with through ascent, and then they do a third communications check through NASA's Tracking Data in Relay Satellites, or TDRS for short. They communicate on all 3 avenues to make sure all the radios are working, just in case something goes wrong, and that feeds into being preemptive. Right now, that's the kind of stuff that they're doing here out on the pad. I know we just see a shot of the pad with the rocket and some blinking lights, but that is the kind of stuff they're going through right now. They have 3 different redundant avenues of communication, just in case. And then when the rocket leaves the pad, obviously the ground loop is not going to work anymore because you're not on the ground, right? Even then, you have ground tracking station communications, and then you have NASA's tracking data and relays as well. Always have those redundant systems. And that's why, despite being that's why we're doing the coverage right now, despite being 2 hours and 19 minutes 7 seconds out. We're sitting here telling you what's going on, and we're sitting here, watching the gears turn, because that's what it takes to get people up into space. It's really, really fascinating stuff. Okay.
Speaking of gears turning, in 3 minutes we'll have seats turning with the seat rotation happening at the top of the hour with 3 a.m. So the crew is already in there, already situated, and the seats will be rotating up into the flight position. So they're up near the panel, all the control panels with the displays and MFDs and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, what Jay is referring to here is there are 4 seats in Dragon, and when Dragon is on the ground, those seats are oriented in the same way a regular chair would be. But they do actually recline, but they recline up. Incline? They recline up, so when the rocket takes off, you're facing the way that the rocket is going. Pretty useful function there. We would want that. So seat rotation is part of that checkout sequence in the beginning, making sure the astronauts are going in the right direction. Now, I know what people are gonna ask, why rotate the seats? If you cast your mind back, if you're an older space shuttle fan, or well, frankly any other spacecraft fan, the seats do not move. They're not very adjustable. The seats are usually form-fitted to the astronauts or cosmonauts that are flying. On the space shuttle, the spacesuit, believe it or not, is the padding. The space shuttle seats are basically a folding chair that they bolted to the ground, with the exception of the pilot and commander. They sit in a little bit more comfy seats, but the orange suits that you see on the shuttle and on Orion, those have the padding built in. The suit is the seat. Now, on Dragon, you do have form-fitted seats, right? But the shuttle, Soyuz, Orion, their seats aren't adjustable, right? Dragon has these movable seats that you can move up into position. You got a form-fitted seat, move it up into position. It's what a 21st century spacecraft should look like. Even the seat rotation, that's something that doesn't happen on other spaceships. With the shuttle, the seats are pointed straight up, and they basically had to, push the astronauts up into position. They had ladders all inside of the space shuttle, basically chutes and ladders to try to get into that thing to get in all the right seats. So this is actually allowable for super easy crew ingress, and that is what's going on right now. We should be about 21 minutes out for Dragon hatch closure. There we go. 10 minutes after that, the launch director will verify go for propellant load. Now, Jay, Falcon 9, you said earlier in the cast, this thing is not fueled right now. That's right. It's not fueled. There's nothing on board. Why would they put people on it if there's no fuel and oxidizer on board?
Well, that's exactly why they would put people on it, because it's safest when it's not fueled. So they get the crew in place in the capsule, and then the pad teams clear out. So that way everybody's at a safe distance. And that's when they actually start to do the fueling, because at that point, the crew is going to be secure in the capsule itself. But the folks that are on the pad need to be at a safe distance in case there were ever any kind of an issue on the pad. So they just wait to make sure everybody's settled, and then that's when the actual fueling process starts, which fortunately for the Falcon 9 is not a terribly long process compared to some other rockets, which may or may not be much larger.
Doesn't the wet dress rehearsal for the Space Launch System countdown operations start 2 days out, 49 hours, I believe?
It's a pretty long process, yeah. There's a lot that goes into it.
Now, they're not fueling it for 49 hours. To be very clear, they're not fueling it for 49 hours. That happens in the last hour or two. But with a rocket like SLS, they'd want to get all the propellants in and then put people on board. The reason why NASA prefers that way is, and SpaceX does it slightly different. They'd use load and go, like what Jay was talking about. you know, you can kind of do one or the other. The real thing is that you just don't really want to be near a rocket when it's fueled or when it's fueling. When it's fully fueled and when it's empty, it's actually relatively safe. It's when a rocket is being filled up or topped off. That's when it's going through a lot of different transients. A lot of things are changing. A lot of things are expanding. A lot of things are contracting. That's generally regarded by commercial endeavors and, you know, national space programs as a dangerous thing that you do not want to be near it when it's being fueled. Now, when it's fully fueled, you're good to go. In SpaceX's case here, you know, they haven't fueled it yet. They got people on board, and when they do go to fuel it, the people on board will be the only people that are near it, and they have the launch escape system activated. Right, Jay?
Yep. And that is for folks who aren't familiar, that is the system that will, if there were some kind of an anomaly, the capsule itself would detach itself, getting some claps and some waves from the astronauts. I'm assuming maybe folks are getting ready to leave for the pad closeout crew.
Yeah, we got a shot of the crew on board right there. There we go, Crew-12, shot from inside the capsule.
In about 3 minutes, they'll be doing their suit leak checks, so they'll probably be starting to do preparations for that. But if there were ever some kind of anomaly with the capsule or observation, however you'd like to say it, then the capsule, with the rocket, with the capsule, it would actually remove itself from the top of the booster and fly away with the Super Dracos that are built into the Dragon capsule. So that is the launch escape system that keeps the crew safe, all part of the redundant safety measures that, again, safety is the top priority with human spaceflight. So that is what that is supposed to do.
Yep. So as you can see from this shot here, the seats have already rotated up into position. So left to right here, we have Andrei Fedyev on the left. He's a mission specialist. Then we have Jack Hathaway in the pilot seat. Then Jessica Meir, commander of the mission, in the second higher seat. And then on the right, we have Sophie Edenot, ESA astronaut from France. And then, so you see the seats are already rotated up into position. If you guys are kind of wondering, you know, what's going on in this picture, what's the other things that are there? Why do they have iPads strapped to their thighs? Yes, they do. That's the onboard checklists for the capsule. They are on iPads and it's on your thigh, just like if you were piloting an airplane. There we go.
Yep, the old knee board.
Hey. Old tricks, well, it's not an old trick, it's a tablet. I mean, guys back in the day had a notebook.
It's modernized.
Flip the pages, right?
By the way, that's also their little supply kit that they have there. So they have personal items as well inside that box that the iPad is on. And from what I've been told, that does include snacks for when they first get into orbit.
Excellent.
Everybody needs some good snacks for space.
Yep.
Just like the Kerbals taught us.
Oh, yeah. Kerbal snacks, man. That's what it is.
Hey, that knee pad, that's kind of fancy because during the shuttle era, they actually would put their sandwich snack in their flight suit in the pocket.
Can I have some of your tots? No, man. Sorry. I apologize. Yeah, that's good. Like I said, Dragon is a 21st century spacecraft. It was made to market what, you know, a bright and hopefully optimistic future here. Now, the crazy thing about this is that the Dragon that's flying tonight is Dragon C212. It's Dragon Freedom. And this is its fifth flight. Now, if you look on the top left part of your screen, just below the Crew-12 countdown clock there are 4 patches on the sidewall of the capsule above Mr. Fedyev there, far left. You have 4 patches indicating the 4 other missions that Dragon Freedom has flown. It started on April 27th, 2022 with a Crew-4 mission, and then it flew Axiom AX-2 on May 21st, 2023, and then it flew the AX-3, another Axiom space mission, in January of 2024, and then it flew Crew-9 in September of 2024, and then today, that brings us to today with Crew-12. So 4 prior missions, 5th flight for the capsule. That's really something. That's really something. You know, SpaceX isn't just reusing their fairings and boosters here. These capsules Fifth flight, that's pretty good. How many other spacecraft, Jay, could say that they've been reused at least 4 times? I can only think of, well, 5 others, I think.
Yeah. And this one's got about actually a little bit over a year of total flight time in space, 372 days. So that's a pretty good mark for that particular vehicle.
That's something else. You know, how crazy is it that the capsule in this particular stack, so on the right, guys, you see a shot of Falcon 9. That is the rocket that the 4 crew members are aboard. The first stage and the capsule on this flight have flown before. How crazy is it that the rocket is actually in a configuration where the capsule is on its 5th reuse and the first stage, practically brand new, is only on its 2nd flight. The first stage flying tonight is booster 1101 on its 2nd flight. That's it. The capsule is older than the booster. It has more reuse on it, which is just, that's wild stuff to me.
Yeah, and it's not even like the booster was dedicated to a crew launch previously. It was a Starlink group, and so being able to interchange them is fantastic for being able to do quick turnarounds in terms of both the booster and the capsule itself.
Mm-hmm. It is wild. I just, everything's just happening so fast. It's just it's like, wait a minute. This capsule's flown 4 times before? All right. That's pretty neat. I love it, Jay, I don't know about you. I am a huge advocate for reusable spaceflight systems. Now, expendability, I do believe, has its place.
Mm-hmm.
But reusability is the future I was promised when I was reading Popular Mechanics a long time ago, all right? That was the future we were promised, dude.
Even back when we'd see headlines like, in the distant year 2000, and we're like, oh, it's going to be so cool.
I'll be honest, space hasn't disappointed. It hasn't disappointed.
That's true.
Yeah, it hasn't disappointed. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good.
Lots of great advancements. Like you were saying earlier, this is really a 21st century capsule right here. It's built to be built upon for the future, which is really, really awesome.
Yeah, and you know what the crazy part is that this is just the stopgap for SpaceX.
Exactly.
That's the part that kind of keeps getting me. It's just the stopgap. Okay. They got other stuff in the works, Got that Starship program down there, down in Texas, deep in the heart of Texas. We'll see where that goes. But right now, Dragon and Falcon are the workhorse. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of good questions. A lot of good questions here in chat. Let's see. Let me take a look. Okay, here's a good one from Severin Fisher. Okay, why don't they put 7 people on Dragon? I thought it had the capacity for it. Who wants this one? You guys speak up. I'll answer it if you guys don't want it. Jay, you want to try it? You want to try for this one?
I will only say that it is currently configured for 4, but you are correct in that it can handle up to 7, and then I will hand it graciously back to EJ.
Yep.
Well, the only thing I can really add to that is 4 is our typical crew scenario setup, right? And that's what we tend to send to the space station and how we work our crew rotations. It can be set up for up to 7. So imagine emergency situations, which we have had in the past where you may be bringing additional passengers back home. And then you may not have a seat, but you can have more occupants in there. So it has the capability, but it's not a capability we need for our everyday needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the biggest that's it, Julie. I was talking a little bit earlier about ISS logistics and how you plan this stuff out in advance. How long does Dragon stay up there? We don't know where its upper limits are, but the way they plan the missions, you're never going to get near that, right? Now, if you think about it, right, NASA wants 4 people. And international partners, any stakeholder any stakeholders that are into the International Space Station, they want 4 people. Because if you think about it, you have the flexibility there. You have the flexibility to, in case something goes wonky, you don't want to send 7 people up, and then maybe you have to use a Dragon as a lifeboat and then cram 10 people into a Dragon, right? If you send up 4 and something, heavens forbid, something happens, right? You have the flexibility. Oh, okay, this capsule's designed for 7, right? You have flexibility in your mission operations. Now, generally, the best way to, avoid crazy problems, like I've been saying, is to be preemptive about it, right? But this is one of those things that actually is going to help you do that. Capsule can hold 7. Okay, send up 4. Send up 4, and if something happens, you have additional redundant capability there. But the biggest driver behind why it has 4 people on it, well, NASA wanted 4, and they pay SpaceX to launch 4 people into space. So there's 4 people on it. Hey, they're the ones that's footing the bill for it. If you're the launch provider, you do what the customer wants, right? Customer wants 4, you get 4. Okay, I got another good question here from Gary7. This is a good one. I actually like this one. Sawyer, maybe you can help me out here. Are all Falcon 9s man-rated to fly Dragon? Now, I don't know if what Gary's getting at is all Falcon 9s, like are we getting it heavy or not? But Sawyer, what do you think?
My understanding is it is the systems, the designs, and everything related to it. So all of the Block 5 Falcon 9 boosters are crew rated. It is this specific design, this specific variant that they've used of Falcon for all these years that is the one that is certified to fly crew. So it doesn't matter which particular booster number, as long as it is the same type of systems, the same type of setup, the same inner workings, everything that they've come to know, and I guess in this case love, about Falcon 9 Block 5, then yes, they're all technically crew rated at that point.
Yep. Good one. All right. So once again, we are sitting at about 2 hours, 2 minutes, 24 seconds out from liftoff here. The crew is aboard the capsule right now. I do believe that Andrei Fedyev is over there. If it looks like he's taking a nap, yeah, probably. He probably is. The mission specialist, hey, you just sleep right now. Hey, get some sleep. This is going to be a little bit of a chaotic thing. You take advantage of every single time you have the opportunity to sleep. So if you see him closing his eyes over there, yeah, he's taking a nap. That happens. Totally normal.
Can I point something out as well?
Sure.
You see that thing in his hand? If you notice, his iPad is still on his knee. That looks like an iPhone. And this is brand new. Crew-12 and Artemis 2 will be the first crew missions for NASA where the astronauts are allowed to bring a phone with them. Of course, it is provided to them by NASA. It's specially rated to be able to go into space. Oh, I guess it is his tablet. But still, these are the first missions where they're actually being allowed to take iPhones up with them, or at least phones of some kind. They're not going to be internet connected. They're basically, all of the connections are going to be off. It's more, I believe Jared Isaacman said, it's basically so that they can share what they see with their eyes more readily than having to reach for a fancy camera.
Hey, any extra media that NASA puts out, Sawyer, I am not going to complain. So that's fine with me. I don't know about you guys. I'd take all of it I can get.
Reminds me of that scramble for the camera for Apollo 8 when they were trying to get the Earthrise. And they're like, oh, give me the color film, quick. Just trying to scramble around the capsule trying to get that. Instead, in this case, it'll just be, oh, here we go.
Hey, Jay, that shot's not on schedule.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Late Jim Level. Yeah, you know what? It's not on schedule. I'm going to take it anyway. Where's the color film? Let's go.
This is important.
Those that we are referring to the famous part of the Apollo 8 mission where Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, and Frank Borman came around the far side of the moon and saw the Earth rise above the moon's surface for the first time. It's important to capture those moments, and that Earthrise is one of NASA's most iconic shots, maybe only second to Neil Armstrong on the moon planting the American flag. That is a shot that lives in public consciousness. Mm-hmm. So yeah, any more of shots that we can get like that I'll eat that up. That's fine with me.
it helps, in my opinion, it helps to build, I guess you could call it a collective overview effect, which Sawyer had mentioned previously. But in case you're not familiar, the overview effect of being essentially the vision that NASA astronauts, or really any astronauts, cosmonauts, anything, get from seeing Earth and realizing that this is a world without borders. Just lines drawn on a map, and getting that sense of we are one people and wanting to pursue our goals in space as one collective humanity. And so being able to bring those moments back to Earth, or sharing them more readily, is really an incredible feat that this mission is being able to move forward.
Yep, absolutely. That's very well said, man. Very well said. So, just to bring everybody up to speed here, this is NASA and SpaceX Crew-12 mission. You are looking at a live shot of a Falcon 9 rocket sitting on the pad at Space Launch Complex 40 with a Dragon 2 crewed spacecraft on poised on the top. We have 4 crew members aboard, set to launch at 5:15 a.m. to the International Space Station. We are just inside of 2 hours here. The next step here is to make sure that Dragon's hatch is closed. And not only does it close, but does it seal correctly? Dragon's hatch is equipped with a vacuum sealing mechanism, basically where they evac it's an inflatable seal where they actually evacuate the space between the seal and the hatch of the door and the door jamb. There is a rubber seal in there, and they pull vacuum out of the area between the seal and the door, and the seal actually expands. I don't think I need to tell you why you don't want that to leak, but just in case you don't want air leaking out the spacecraft. Where this thing is going up, even ISS is in our proverbial backyard from a spaceflight perspective, right? Comparatively to the moon, which is like going to a national park. Like, the ISS is camping in your backyard. It is still a dangerous environment. So you were talking about this a little bit earlier. This where we go up there, even just to the ISS, it's dangerous, and you gotta make sure this stuff works. So once they close the hatch, they're going to check it for leaks. They're going to make sure that the hatch seals correctly, and they will monitor the leak rates once I say inflate the seal, but that's not the right way of saying it. What they actually do is pull vacuum in the area around the seal and get the seal to expand into that vacuum and seal correctly, which should be coming up here very, very soon. We're in about the next 2 minutes. We'll update you. We'll update you whenever we get the information. So I'm just going to go through a little bit of support here. I don't like keeping the support queue full. I like emptying it out. So I'm going to go through that real quick here. We have Deuce2669 with a $5 super chat saying, Jared Isaacman had an interview that I just watched saying we will not give up humans in orbit. What do you think that will look like post ISS? Jay, this has your name written all over it. Go for it, man.
It is something that commercial partners have been working toward for a rough guess, at least the last 10 years, if not longer. Developing new locations to go, meeting stations, things like that, new vehicles to go there, new things to do in space, manufacturing in space, all that kind of stuff. It has been, I mentioned this before, that we are witnessing a slow but steady march towards more of a life in space for humanity. And that all comes from kind of the foundation that we have set with the ISS of living in space for more than 20 years. And so that is the eventual goal, is to have multiple destinations to go to, multiple vehicles that can take them there, being able to go out to the moon and eventually beyond. And so that is really, really the vision of post-ISS. Lots of companies are working to try and integrate with the ISS. Maybe I shouldn't say lots. Some companies are trying to integrate with the ISS before it is decommissioned, and then separate off into being their own stations. There's a few commercial partners that are trying to do that, and then further develop their own stations from there. So that is the eventual goal, is to have more places to go in space, so we can do more science and have a greater pursuit of our hopeful overall goal of expanding beyond Earth.
Yeah. Dude, that was well said. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thanks. It's one of my niche nerd areas about space.
Yeah, that's why I teed it up for you. I'm like, no, you're getting this one and you're going to like it. Okay, so check this out. On the screen, we do have some replay of the walkout for Crew-12. Now, this did happen a little bit earlier. This is basically right when we started streaming. But NASA has given us the footage to kind of get everybody up to speed here, like they're speeding down the crawlerway. Hey, I wonder if we can see Sawyer here. No, okay. All right, so there's a shot of the crew.
Oh, that's a cool moment.
You did, yep. There's the shot of the crew coming down the crew access arm to get into the capsule. On the right, that's Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway, and then we have Sophie Edino and Andrei Fedyev. There is that seat rotation that we were talking about. Like I said, the seat's adjustable.
Yep.
There we go. Actually, something that I didn't mention when we were talking about, 7 people versus 4 people with the capsule. In the spots where the other 3 seats would be, that's actually just below the crew in this shot. Where the other seats would be, they're actually carrying up supplies. There are supplies and sometimes laboratory experiments for the ISS. Remember, the ISS is a national laboratory. An international laboratory, I should say. So in that spare space, basically, in the second row, it'd be like if you went grocery shopping and you have a second row in your car and you put all the groceries up there. Now, they're not carrying too much food. That's really for the uncrewed capsules, but there is some supplies on board. And once again, that goes back to what I was saying about this being a very, very big logistical operation. The ISS is 400 tons. It's a 400-ton space station, and it's a national laboratory. National laboratories have power demands, just like any other structure, flying around in space, not flying around in space, laboratory on the ground, laboratory in space. It is a structure. That structure needs maintenance. So they could be carrying anything up. In the back there, they could be carrying anything from wrenches to clothes, food. They could be carrying scientific experiments. Basically, every flight, you want to maximize, your science and you want to maximize your capability here. And figuring out that logistics is a job for someone that's way smarter than me, that's for sure.
And it's also worth noting that Dragon right now is the only vehicle that launches to the ISS that can bring stuff back from the ISS as well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess technically Starliner was able to and will be able to for its upcoming Starliner 1 mission, which will be cargo. But essentially, Cargo Dragon and Crew Dragon is your way of getting stuff up and back, especially things that are time critical and time sensitive. The Cargo Dragon even has a freezer on board to help bring back biological samples.
Yeah, that's downmass capability, Sawyer, right?
Exactly.
Yep, there you go. Great. Good stuff. I'm going to get through the rest of the support here. So we have Bideford again with the $25 super chat. Every single crew flight that SpaceX has done, you've watched every single one. Nice. The best. I miss the ninja photos from this time around, though. Yeah, we all are. We didn't get as much shots of the pad ninjas as we would have liked. But hey, we got a live on board. We got Jack Hathaway giving the thumbs up right there. That's pretty good. I'll take it. That's fine.
Jack's giving the thumbs up? I feel like chat should also give a thumbs up and also click that thumbs up on YouTube too. It lets other people know that they should come watch this awesomeness that is 4 people launching to space. Sorry, continue.
No, you know what? That was good. That was great. That was nicely done. Guys, we're not going to pretend to understand how the YouTube algorithm works, but if you thumbs it up, maybe something happens, It's just kind of a black box that we stand on top of as content creators here on YouTube and on the internet. So if you're feeling it, you like human spaceflight, I'm not one to ask, but hit that thumbs up button. At least hit it for Sawyer's excellent segue there. Right? Come on.
Thank you.
That was really good. And then, okay, going back to the support here, we have Wayne with a store message saying, keep up the good work. Wayne buying a Flight 2 patch. Keep up the good work. Hey, you keep watching, we'll keep streaming. We do appreciate it. Every single one of these. I make it a thing to shout out every single one of you, and I mean it. We do appreciate the support. You guys doing what you do, buying the patches, even just watching the stream or hitting the thumbs up button. That is support that we appreciate. That helps us every bit. We are just a bunch of space nerds that try to get the word out on spaceflight. This is cool, man. This is real cool stuff. Really cool. Real heavy stuff. Weight has nothing to do with it. No, it is a pleasure to be able to have the privilege of bringing this to you. So we appreciate it. We really do. Thank you very much.
I had to really resist a Back to the Future reference there with the heavy stuff.
Weight has nothing to do with it. Yeah, I kind of teed it up. It's kind of my fault. All right, so we are sitting at T-minus 1 hour, 49 minutes on the dot here. What you're looking at now is 4 crew members of the Crew-12 mission poised on the pad at Space Launch Complex 40 inside of a Dragon 2 capsule on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. Current liftoff time is scheduled for 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time. The crew will be catching an early morning ride up to the International Space Station here to support ISS science and development. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. It's not every day that we see crew fly out. It seems like more launches nowadays are just launching satellites, which is not a bad thing. That's fine. But if you are up there, if you're out there early in the morning, we do appreciate you watching. I don't know about you. I wouldn't miss this. I don't miss crew launches. We don't do that.
What's amazing to me, by the way, is the fact that this is the second launch in like a little over 24 hours, too. We had the Vulcan launch yesterday. We had this one today. And I'm looking to my left, and Artemis is on the pad. That is 3 rockets, 2 of which are capable of carrying people, all at the Space Coast. And I have to say, I was fortunate enough to take a little boat trip out and see all 3 of them out there, and it's now available as a print at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It was just something to go out there and you look, and there it is from left to right. You got Crew-12, you got Artemis, and then on the right you had USSF 87 Vulcan. It was a wild sight to see all 3 of them in a row, lit up at night, knowing that that's going to be launching 8 people and satellites as well. And in particular, this vehicle was putting on a show with the sunset last night. There is Booster 1101. That is Crew Capsule Freedom. That is the exact vehicle that you see on your screen right now that currently has 4 people inside of it going to space. If that's not cool, I don't know what is. But if you want to look cool, you can have this on your wall as either a metal print or a poster. And I believe Tyler was also out there on the boat as well, getting some shots of Artemis. There's one of mine as well there. Plenty of options. A lot of, obviously, Artemis love right now, too, in addition to all of the crew things happening. And it's just, the vehicle still amazes me seeing it, going out there at sunset to get those. And just looking over at Artemis right now, and I mean, we have our whole Artemis landing page, by the way, of all the different milestones that we hit. And with each milestone comes new merch. We had the assembly shirt. We have the new one, which is the kind of retro style one, the Artemis, which I always think looks like a band tee, and it's awesome. And there is a third one that's blurred out. Wonder what it could be. I may or may not have been wearing it out on the boat yesterday, and may or may not have some photos for when it goes live. Just hinting at that. All that's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Back to you, EJ.
Man, that was one heck of a merch plug.
APP.
All right. APP. That's right. So wait, sorry, you did I hear that right? You were saying you had a special SLS shirt on with an SLS rocket behind you.
Uh-huh.
So you were
I sure
SLS
did.
while you were SLSing. All right. Sup, dog?
Absolutely.
Heard you like
and
rockets.
again, I can't wait to show people that photo, especially once they see what's the design on the shirt. I think they're really going to love it. Oh, it's yeah. That's all I can say is yeah.
All right. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Yep, keep checking that Artemis landing page because new stuff's been added with the photos. And then again, once we get closer to launch, getting that last one.
That sunset shot you got of Artemis was amazing. The composition of the lighting, it's just fantastic. Great job on that.
Thank you. Yes, the clouds that were behind it was a paid actor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I did get through clearing the support queue, but I'm going to go back to it real quick. Just real fast, if you guys don't mind. We have Shelby Considine with a $5 super chat. It's foggy out. Will I still be able to see the launch in person on the other side of Florida? Maybe low on the horizon, yeah. I would say, I don't know, the morning fog might get you, but if it is clear enough, you should be able to see it. Okay, and then this is why I wanted to go back to the sport, because we got Rick, RC Horseman, there with a $200 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thanks for the great coverage. Rick, like I said, pleasure's all on this side of the screen. I do this because we do this because we love it. That's the truth, and we every little bit helps, and we do appreciate it. That's $200. I'm gonna be able to feed my dog today. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Doggo has plenty of food, and if anything, I spoil him. So he'll probably get more dog treats now, which is great. I mean, if you're a dog owner or a pet owner, you know what I mean.
Well, we've been talking tonight a lot about, small parts of the whole being, working towards spaceflight and all that kind of thing. That also goes with NSF. There's a lot of moving parts to NSF. And Rick actually is a volunteer with us. He operates SBL every night. And we have a whole dedicated team that does fantastic remote operation for our cameras. And we appreciate all of them because they are a part of what makes NSF so incredible. So big shout out to all of our folks who make just this stream alone a thing, but also the entire organization as well. So very proud. I'm one of the newest additions. And I'm very proud to be a part of this team and being able to work alongside such incredible people. So thank you, Rick, and everyone else.
Absolutely. So we got a 4-shot multi-view here. Top left, you can see the 4 crew from Crew-12 waiting inside of their Dragon capsule. Top middle, we have a shot of the Falcon 9 on Space Launch Complex 40 poised on the pad for liftoff time in about an hour and 42 minutes. And then on the far right, we have the big orange behemoth, the space launch system for the Artemis 2 mission, which should be launching no earlier than March. We'll see how it plays out. They still have to do some fueling tests after they found a couple of bad seals with the dreaded tail surface mast umbilical, but rocket is sitting out there ready to go. It's jonesing for it. And then, of course, in the bottom center, we have NASA's iconic vehicle assembly building. That's one of our cameras there from the NASA press site, looking at the building that SLS was assembled in. Very, very cool. Actually, if you really squint at that picture of the VAB, you look at that tower, that skyscraper on the right with the lights and the crane next to it. It's actually not a skyscraper. That's Mobile Launcher 2, which will be used to launch the next version of SLS. You can see it. It's actually not a skyscraper. That is a moving launch pad. They build the launch pads back here, and then with Complex 39, so 39B, they do move them out there. That's right. If you're not familiar with this, SLS and the Space Shuttle had mobile launcher platforms. In the Saturn V, they move the entire launch pad with the rocket on it to the pad, and then they connect up all the fuel and water and pneumatics and electronics lines there. So that's why the VAB is so gigantic, because it has to hold the rocket and the launch pad. But yeah, a lot of beautiful shots here coming from the back end, and also producers in the background doing their thing. All right, countdown timeline. We are past the Dragon hatch closure. This is the time where I say they would be doing leak checks here, and then pending a good leak check, the next milestone here is the launch director verifying go for propellant load at T-minus 45. Now, I know what people are going to ask. What do you mean? They're just going to sit there for an hour? Well, no, they're doing other things. They're verifying communications. They're moving to arm the launch escape system because you want to have your ejector seat ready to go when you fuel the rocket, just in case. The crew access arm has to retract. There's a bunch of milestones there that do need to happen between hatch closure and go for prop load. And as soon as we get updates on that, we will give you guys the info right when we hear about it. Once again, you're looking at a shot of Falcon 9 sitting on Space Launch Complex 40 with a Dragon 2 capsule on board carrying the Crew-12 crew with Commander Jessica Meir, Pilot Jack Hathaway, Mission Specialist 1 Andrei Fedyev, and Mission Specialist 2 Sophie Ardeneau. Sitting at T-minus 1 hour, 39 minutes, 32 seconds. Okay.
Crew's getting their rest in while they can before they have to get busy.
Yep. If we do have a shot rotating in here with the crew sitting inside, if it looks like they're sleeping, it's because they are. So first of all, it's early. Okay. Super early. Okay. It's even early for the time that the crew is actually on. I know what people are going to say, like, well, aren't their sleep schedules totally wrecked? Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. But it's not for the reason that you might think. It's an early launch, right? Yeah, okay, 3:30, 5:15 liftoff, and it's a little bit of a red-eye flight, no problem. But the crew is actually synced up to the time that's on the ISS. The ISS uses UTC, it uses universal time. So that's the sleep schedule that the astronauts are actually on. So, if you're overseas, if you're across the pond, in the UK or in Western Europe, it's still early in the morning. You're still going to need a cup of coffee, all right? Or espresso. I mean, I don't know. You pick whatever you like, or tea if you like that too. I don't do that. We don't do that here. Sorry. So it still is a little bit early for them. So if you see them sleeping, yeah, of course they're sleeping. It's not like, oh, they're just sitting there. No, they're not the rest of their eyes. No, they're taking a little nap. There is downtime for the crew here while the launch controllers and the flight controllers make sure that everything is good. So once again, a space flight mission, especially a crewed space flight mission, is a very, very attention-intensive thing. Whenever you have downtime, take advantage of it. So if you see them sleeping, you take peek next time we see a shot of the crew inside. You see them sleeping? Oh yeah, no, they're sleeping. They're taking a nap. That happens.
We're getting a helicopter shot right now. This is awesome. Slowly going on the rocket. Yeah.
We got a shot from NASA's helicopter there, looking at a shot of the pad. Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and you can see the lighting tower across in front of the rocket right now, and also behind it as they continue to circle around. That's a great shot. Wow, nice.
Yeah, and that is an actual physical helicopter, not a drone. I'm watching it circle from where I'm at. It is a no drone zone here at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So chopper's what we got.
Yep. So for the folks in chat earlier who were talking about, oh, is that an aircraft or a jet or something that I saw? This is the helicopter they were seeing. We also had a question, I think it was Gary7 was asking if this is an RTLS, which is return to launch site. And essentially, yes, this is going to be after the upper stage and Dragon separate off from the first stage. They will do the boost back maneuver so that the first stage will return to LZ40, which is right next to SLC40, which will be the first landing attempt at that pad and is pretty close to the launch site itself. So just a little bit to the east of it is what Sawyer was saying. And we should have a lot of great views of that landing attempt. So really looking forward to seeing that happen. And if anybody out there is wondering about, well, is it dangerous to send a first stage back towards the launch site? There is a safety maneuver built into the trajectory itself of the Falcon 9, which is that after the boost back burn and the entry burn, the booster itself is not aiming for the landing zone. Its trajectory, if it did nothing else, would take it into the water off of the coast of Florida. We saw this with one launch before, which was CRS-16. And what happened was, for that particular launch, was there was an issue with the grid fins. I think there was a hydraulic malfunction that locked them in place, so it was kind of spinning down towards the ground. And it landed softly, in the water because it was not aiming for the landing pad. So same situation will be for this particular RTLS, where after the entry burn, they won't be aiming for the landing pad until the vehicle is confirmed in good health, which it does kind of on its own. And then it will correct its trajectory with the grid fins and the thrust vectoring to take it back to the LZ. And SLS is actually in the background of the shot right now, which is also amazing.
That's
They're doing
beautiful.
so good with this. Just gonna get to look down the whole row of launch complexes. Amazing. So you're going to be in the shot at some point. They're going to keep going around.
If they
Make
keep
sure you're
swinging
awake.
around, maybe, yeah.
So these shots here are from one of NASA's helicopters that they have around Kennedy Space Center. It is, in case anybody's wondering, in case anybody's a little bit of an av geek, it's an Airbus H-135 that they're using here. They actually, they're brand new. NASA very recently purchased these helicopters, and they replaced their aging UH-1s, which, ooh, as a Huey enjoyer, that's kind of bums me out. But the H-135 is a pretty good helicopter. It's pretty good.
They had that distinctive sound going by, and just the look. You could tell. I mean, obviously, you could tell it's Vietnam era, but it just fit in the space program so perfectly for some reason.
And they definitely were. A lot of the stuff that NASA has, they usually get secondhand if it's like military surplus equipment. Those Hueys were definitely single engine Vietnam era Hueys. So
Dragon,
like early
SpaceX, for
UH-1s.
your awareness, closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Dragon copies. Dragon copies.
Getting comms loops.
Yep.
Okay.
Update from NASA.
So here's how this is going to work, guys. We're not going to talk over the comms loop. So if you hear us go silent, it's because we're trying to listen to what they say. Now, in that particular case, that was SpaceX's core crew operations responsibility engineer communicating with Jessica Meir on board, saying that the closeout crew, the people that are there to help get the crew inside the capsule and seal the hatch, they have left the pad area. That's a good sign. Right, Jay? That's a good sign that we're trending in the right direction for a launch.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, starting to get updates from them, and that's going to continue throughout the rest of the lead up to launch itself. So we'll have these moments where we'll be in the middle of talking, and then they'll start to say something, and we will immediately stop talking. So this is all good news moving towards a launch.
Okay. And once again, you're looking at a live shot here of a Falcon 9 rocket poised on Space Launch Complex 40 down at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. This Falcon 9 has a Dragon 2 capsule on board carrying 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut on the Crew-12 mission up to the International Space Station. Liftoff time is targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 1 hour, 31 minutes, 51 seconds away from right now. You're seeing live shots here, and they are rotating some helicopter shots in too. But yeah, right now the crew is just kind of hanging out. Pad crews have left the pad in preparations for a couple of different events here. So the first thing that you're going to see here would be a crew access arm retract. They're going to move the crew access arm, which is the gantry that they use to get into the capsule. They're going to move that out of the way. The reason why they're going to do that is because they're going to turn on Dragon's what's called launch escape system. It's essentially the ejector seat in case something goes wrong during pad fueling operations. Heavens forbid, we don't want that to happen, but hey, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? They're going to go through the arming procedures for the launch escape system, and then a little ways after that, they will start the fueling operations. The launch director will confirm that they are go for fueling. Now that's all those events are going to happen over the next 45 minutes. We're still about 90 minutes out from launch here. But yeah, there's a live shot of the crew. A live shot of the crew. If it looks like they're just on their phones playing Fruit Ninja, that's not far off from the truth. There is a little bit of downtime here. Well, the SpaceX flight controllers and NASA flight controllers make sure all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted. You don't want to send this thing unless you're absolutely sure. Remember, there's 4 souls on board. So the crew is going to get some downtime. So, like I said, if it looks like they're taking a nap, sitting there, playing Candy Crush on your phone or something, that's probably what's going on.
I almost made that joke so many times already.
Hey, it's what they do.
Right.
I don't know about you. If it was me, I'd be watching an NSF stream. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of watching an NSF stream, this is not smooth because of that pause. But it did remind me though that someone in chat earlier was mentioning, "Hey, I'm not seeing these views anywhere else. Where are they getting the feeds from inside of the capsule?" Well, it is in fact because of your support that we had views like that. The helicopter shot inside of the capsule before NASA was fully live. All that kind of stuff comes from viewers like you because of your support. Makes it happen. Goes into our infrastructure, both behind the scenes, a lot of it behind the scenes, but also in terms of cameras and signal connections and all that kind of stuff. That's part of my job, actually. I'm the operations manager for NSF, and so part of that is making sure that we're getting new deployments of either cameras or even the more mundane things of hardware that cameras mount on, that kind of stuff. Making sure that we can continue to grow as an organization because of your support directly. So all of that goes directly into making things like this happen to provide better content for all of you. So thank you for helping us to have incredible views like this.
Yep. Okay. So, I get a lot of questions asking, if you look at the right-hand shot, I get a lot of questions asking, what are those 4 blinking lights there? And what are those towers for? A lot of people tend to ask me that. So, Sawyer, can you fill us in on why there's 4 blinking towers with 4 blinking lights around this spacecraft?
Oh gosh, the 4 towers question is a joke here, but for the serious answer of this, it is part of the lightning protection system. So of course, lightning tends to strike the highest object in the area, so if you have these rods that are higher than the actual rocket, that is what it will tend to hit. But the rods themselves are not the actual lightning protection system. They are just the higher mechanism for the catenary wires that are on it. You can kind of see in this shot, there's this coil structure on them. That is the catenary wire that goes around it and sort of creates a box around Falcon 9. They're very thin, but it will then strike the tower, go down the catenary wires, and those wires then go into the ground. They are grounded and away from the rocket and any of those dangerous electronics. That would be quite a bad time to have struck by lightning. So, I mean, we have whole videos about this. We have a t-shirt about it in the shop. All of that is because of those 4 towers. And something we probably won't have to worry about at this point because the official weather forecast just improved from 90 to 95% go for launch.
That's great to hear.
Good news. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And you had mentioned that it's kind of a joke. And for folks who are so deep into aerospace, both industry, but also news, and just generally just deeply immersed in it, it's true that we hear a lot of the same things a lot, very frequently. Like, oh, well, okay, I know all about different types of orbital mechanics or different aspects of orbital mechanics or launches or the lightning towers and stuff. But you have to keep in mind also that some people are going to be seeing this for the first time. And so, if you have watched every crew launch or every launch that NASA provides, or NSF in this case provides, you will hear a lot of this stuff again and again. But it's all a big part of trying to promote this stuff to anybody who might be seeing it for the first time, because you never know when you're going to find that moment where you really hook somebody, where you really see a rocket go for the first time. Maybe it's this launch. Maybe you're seeing humans leave Earth with your own eyes on a trip to Florida, something like that. And we want to make sure that we can communicate this kind of stuff to everybody so that everybody has a common level of understanding with this. So it does mean sort of disseminating some of this down into more basic terms, but it's all a part of just trying to share it with everybody.
Yep. Okay. So speaking of cool stats that you might get somebody's attention here, take a look at the ones that we got on screen here. So tonight's tonight, it's still in my mind, it's still late, but it is the morning. This morning's launch is the 626th SpaceX launch overall. SpaceX's 17th launch of 2026, 4th launch this month, Earth's 34th orbital launch this year, Falcon's 246th 204. You know what? I'm not saying that stat. I believe in bad juju. We're not talking about that. I'm skipping that stat. I've decided. All right. Falcon 9's 598th orbital flight. SpaceX's 306th launch from Space Launch Complex 40. And the first landing on LZ-40 out of one attempt. LZ-40 being the brand new landing pad that SpaceX has built just outside of the pad perimeter of the launch pad that you see behind the stat card there. So little bit of stats, except for that fifth one, all really good stuff. I'm not saying that. But anyway, good stuff here. We're sitting at T-minus 1 hour, 24 minutes, 22 seconds here for the liftoff of Crew-12. Crew-12 currently targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time for a early morning uphill ride to the International Space Station. All right, and here's some stats on Crew-12. The target is low Earth orbit, International Space Station, a 51.6 degree inclination for the nerds. That means that if you drew the orbit that that the ISS and Dragon are going into, if you drew it on a 2D map, it would look like a squiggly line, a big squiggly line. And the point at which that line crosses the equator, it would make a 51.6 degree angle. That's how orbital inclination is derived. It compares orbital plane to equatorial plane of the celestial body that you're orbiting around. Now, if that didn't mean anything to you, it's launching northeast. It's going up the east coast to the United States, right? If that didn't mean much. Sorry, I am a big orbital mechanics nerd. So is Jay. Yep. We are both very, very, we have many hours in Kerbal Space Program. Let's just leave it at that, okay? So the booster flying tonight is Booster 1101 on its second flight, previously supporting a Starlink mission. 40 days since the last time it flew that Starlink mission, specifically 40 days, 3 hours, 27 minutes, 45-second turnaround. That's right. That's right. We have it down to the second. Why wouldn't we? All right. So once again, this is the first landing at LZ-40. Here, first landing at LZ-40, the brand new landing pad that SpaceX has built just outside of the Pad 40 complex there. Good stats. Good stats for Crew-12 there. We do appreciate the production folks on the back end there giving us those stats. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to get through a little bit of the support queue if you don't mind. The backbone of these streams are you guys giving us support. And I don't know about you, I hate having that support queue filled up, all right? So I'm going to empty it right now. We got JD Brown with a $5 super chat. Is there a good reason why we have abort zones on crew missions? If something were to go wrong with Falcon 9, is there a good reason why we have abort zones? Well, yeah, they be there because it's about being preemptive. You have to make sure, you have to plan for every contingency. You don't want to, get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. You know what I mean? That's no good. We don't want that. You have to be preemptive. There's abort. I said this rocket is flying northeast. There's abort zones all the way up the east coast of the United States, and even all the way across the pond, all the way over to Europe. The last abort contingency that they're going to go through is a call called Shannon. It stands for Shannon, Ireland. In which case, if there was an abort scenario, Falcon and Dragon would fly on a suborbital trajectory and they'd land off the coast of Ireland. The reason why that's the last abort contingency is because pretty much any time after you get the call for Shannon, you're about to get into orbit. So there are abort contingencies all the way up the east coast of the United States and all the way over into the very edge of Europe, which is, there has to be aborts. You have to be careful and you have to be sure. You don't want to leave anything to chance here. Now, here's the thing. There's no guarantees with human spaceflight. There's no guarantees in spaceflight at all. There's no trying to break the laws of physics. Scotty always said, I can't change the laws of physics, Captain, right? You have to work within that construct here, okay? So you don't want to take any unnecessary risk. And it's very important that, despite there being no guarantees, you want to maximize your chance to get this four crew all the way up to the ISS safely and then back down when they come back down in 6 months. So yeah, abort contingencies are part of being preemptive and part of just the meticulousness that goes into a crewed flight. There's so much stuff going on. There's so much stuff to talk about. But yeah, abort zones are absolutely necessary. Next super chat, or the next tip here in the support queue is coming from Telstar86, 499 pounds sterling. How are you? Woke up in time to watch the launch. Thanks for the continued coverage. Fly safe, Crew-12 and Dragon. Thanks, Telstar. We appreciate you. Long time contributor to here at NSF. Thank you very much, buddy. Good morning. Get a cuppa going. And then we'll talk. I've already had my coffee. You now it's your turn. All right. So we got D Duncan 19 becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. And then we have Aurora Quake gifting 1 Red Team membership. Thank you very much, guys. I like clearing the support queue because I like calling out the tips as they come through. I do appreciate it. Okay, so we got a lot of different shots going on here on screen, Jay. Is that a shot of the press site?
Getting some behind-the-scenes footage there. Looks like that is probably Dee's setup, I would guess, with all of the cameras on one armature kind of there. I could be wrong, but that's a guess. Okay, yeah.
That is over at the press site lawn area, kind of near the countdown clock. That is where we have a clearer view of Pad 40, and that is all of the different cameras set up, tracking rigs, technology. There's, again, this is what all that support goes to, is just the amount of technology you see on your screen there to provide the views, to make sure that there's steady internet connections, to be able to get those close-up tracks. That's what it goes towards. And ignore the random circle of lights from other organizations there.
Yeah. But yeah, there's, as always, a lot more that goes on behind the scenes that you might be aware of. Including getting great shots like these. Our producers are providing some fantastic coverage here.
By the way, the crew cars are returning away from the pad now, so they should be going by the VAB any second. That is the Teslas that dropped the crew off, and all of the police and everything making the ride back away from the launch pad. There they are.
Seemingly much slower than they were on the way to the pad.
Yeah, darn them for that. But they'll be moving away, and in the event they don't launch, they will come back and pick them up. But hopefully that's the last time we see them at the pad for any time soon.
Absolutely. And with that said, actually, maybe we could recap who actually is in the capsule. So we do have a list that we can go through. Some nice info cards that were made for us for this particular crew, for Crew-12. And we'll be able to share a little bit about each of those astronauts that will be going up into space shortly. We have mission specialist Andrei Fedyev, which is a cosmonaut, and this will be his second space flight. He is, previously flew on Crew-6, so getting to go up on Dragon again. I do wonder sometimes if there is any preference for astronauts or cosmonauts in this case. Of, they've gone up on multiple different vehicles, but in this case, Andre has only gone up on Dragon. But I'm always curious as it builds up sort of that repertoire, if you will, of space flights.
And I believe he's the fourth person to fly multiple times on a SpaceX Dragon vehicle.
Fantastic. And then after that, we have, I believe it is also mission specialist. Yes, mission specialist Sophie Adenau, who is from France with ESA, the European Space Agency. This will be her first space flight. And we were talking earlier about how the ESA astronauts actually get to name their own missions, which is incredible. We had a little spiel about that with their mission patch, and it was news to me. So it's one of those things with spaceflight. You're always learning new stuff because things are always continuing to evolve and grow and change, and it's just been really incredible to be a part of that sort of ongoing learning process. Yep, so then after...
She has over 3,000 hours of flight experience, by the way, on 22 different helicopter types, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, helicopters are a beast of their own when it comes to flights. It's just crazy. After that, we have mission pilot Jack Hathaway. This will also be his first space flight. He was in the Navy, logging over 2,500 flight hours, and now gets to log some hours in space aboard Dragon. I'm looking forward to seeing how he enjoys that.
Over 30 types of aircraft he has flown, and has more than 500 carrier landings to his name. And him and Sophie actually went to one of these same test schools over in England with the motto "Learn to test, test to learn."
That's awesome. Carrier landings also something that is crazy to wrap your head around. But then we have Jessica Meir, who is the commander for the mission, and this will be Jessica's second space flight. Was previously up and did 3 different EVAs across 2 different missions, and across the one mission, I guess it was, and performed the first all-female EVA with Artemis 2's Christina Cook. And I remember that specific EVA because it was such a milestone to have an all-female EVA, because previously, they go out with a pair of astronauts on their EVAs at the ISS. And so finally having an entire EVA that was all-female is an incredible thing. So happy to see things like that progressing forward.
Yeah, and she has her PhD in marine biology, as you see, but she also is an assistant professor of anesthesia. So talk about multifaceted.
That's what we were talking about earlier too. Astronauts are such accomplished people. Like it's seemingly not enough to just go into space. You also have to be a doctor or be a veteran or so many other things. It's incredible, but it also, you just don't want to look inward too much in comparison, because you don't want to compare yourself to others. But astronauts really are, as EJ was saying earlier, the best of us.
Yeah.
Also one of the astronauts, by the way, that has both been up into space and down at the bottom of the ocean as part of the NEMO program, which is a sort of training ground that NASA has used. Again, kind of similar to what they do in space, except it is underwater.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a video from Chris Hadfield ages ago where he was down doing a NEMO mission and opened a can of pop or soda, however you want to say it, and no fizz, nothing, just because of the pressure difference down there, and just showing off how that actually impacts everyday objects that you might see, up here on the surface in that case. But just helping to share that kind of stuff with people.
You know what, Jay, I've seen that video. That's a really awesome video, and I definitely used it to impress my now wife at one point. But it was the reverse. We were on an airplane, and I took her can of soda and I shook it around, and then I was like, open it. And she's like, no, I'm not gonna open it. And then I opened it and nothing happened. So Chris Hadfield helped me impress my future wife. Sorry, a little bit of an anecdotal story, but that's the kind of stuff that STEM does, man. It's really cool. If people are into it, you look like a magician.
Hashtag thanks, Chris Hadfield.
Hey, Chris Hadfield helped me out, man. He's my wingman. He's great.
Call me anytime. I'll be your wingman. Sorry, we could do a million references.
I'll be your wingman. There you go. Yeah. It's good stuff. All right, so we're sitting at T-minus 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 7 seconds here for the Crew-12 launch. Set to launch at 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time to the International Space Station. You see a shot here of the rocket poised on the pad with 4 crew on board. As Jay was saying earlier, we have Commander Jessica Meir, Pilot Jack Hathaway, Mission Specialist 1, Andrei Fedyev, and Mission Specialist 2, Sophie Adeno. Set to launch to the ISS. The next thing that we have coming here, or the next mission update that we should get, is the go for propellant load, which should happen in a little bit. All right.
Let's see. Let's check our timeline. Next thing that we have coming up is going to be at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which will be the SpaceX launch director verifying the go for propellant load. So still just waiting, not just waiting, but the crew is hanging out in the capsule, going through various checks and whatnot. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that we obviously don't have a view to. But there are limits. As much as your support does support us in helping to provide more content to you, there are still limits into what we are able to show and or know at a given moment. So that is the next thing that we're expecting, though, is to hear from the SpaceX launch director and then see how things are going to go from there with the propellant load.
And if you've watched Starlink launches with Falcon 9 before, you'll notice the timeline's a little bit different there. Normally, the go for launch from the LD is given at the go for propellant load from the LD is given at T-minus 38 minutes, with prop load beginning 3 minutes later. This is a little bit different because of the crew on board, so that's why it's at 45 minutes. Once they give the go for prop load, the crew access arm will then retract away, and then we reach a super key milestone. At that point, the launch escape system will be armed. That means that if they need to at some point during fueling, the crew can basically shoot away in the capsule and parachute away safely. That is a key moment. Then once that is done and confirmed, that is when we get into the traditional Falcon 9 propellant load that we're all used to and know and love.
I believe that was a propellant load is starting call. Wait, no, that'd be way early, wouldn't it? 4:30?
That would be very early.
Yeah, that would be. Sorry, I misheard whatever that call was then. Something has started, which is not specific.
Well, before the launch director goes for propellant load, we are going to. There's still some things that need to happen here. We need to see that crew access arm retract. All right. Once the crew access arm retracts, from there, what they're going to do, what NASA and SpaceX is going to do, is arm the Dragon's launch escape system, or the ability for the capsule to be able to get away from the rocket. Fueling operations, guys, generally with any rocket, is a dangerous thing, especially when you're using what's called cryogenic propellants. Falcon 9 uses what's called RP1, or rocket propellant 1, which is a very, very refined jet fuel. It's almost jet fuel, but it's more refined because, more refinement, more better. No, it's a very refined version of jet fuel. And now, RP1 isn't cold or cryogenic; it's just jet fuel, right? Or it's kind of a derivative of kerosene. Falcon 9 is also using liquid oxygen. Now that's where stuff gets a little tricky, and that's why the launch escape system gets armed here, or LES for short. When you're using cryogenic propellants, in order for liquid oxygen to exist as a liquid, it has to be extremely cold. And moving that cold propellant around into a rocket that's made out of metal is going to cause it to contract. So during fueling operations, the rocket goes through what's called transients. A lot of things are changing. A lot of configurations are changing and happening all at the same time. That is a potentially dangerous thing because you're changing the physical properties of the vehicle. The rocket's actually contracting up. So before we even get to propellant load, you want to make sure that that crew access arm is out of the way and the launch escape system is ready to go. Just in case something happens, the crew can get away from this vehicle if something goes wrong during fueling. So we're still waiting on that. That should be happening relatively soon here. But the crew access arm moving out of the way and launch escape system arming is stuff that needs to happen before we even get to fueling. We don't see that crew access arm move, we're not fueling. It's not going to work that way. So yeah, that should be happening here momentarily. And in the meantime, we do have a really, really beautiful shot from one of NASA's Airbus H-135 helicopters flying, doing circles around the pad here. Beautiful shot of Falcon 9 and Dragon on the pad with 39A, I believe, behind them over there. That's what those lights are in the background. Actually, it's gone a little bit further now. We're looking out to sea in this shot here. But either way, we're sitting at 1 hour, 6 minutes, 45 seconds. The for Crew-12 here, currently targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time for launch to the International Space Station.
Speaking of launch to the International Space Station, I know the Russians sometimes do this, quick 6-hour orbit, but those launch attempts are so few and far between that we don't see those. We normally see longer ones, and I believe this one is about 38 or 39 hours in total. So in terms of what that actually looks like, you could see there, this is kind of the plan of getting into that orbit, and then the different burns, EJ, that they use to get close to the ISS. They have a lot of those little mini course corrections to catch up with the station. I know you and Jay are great when it comes to orbital mechanics with the help of Kerbal Space Program.
I'm nerding out so hard right now. I didn't know that we had this graphic project.
So,
this is amazing.
Why don't you tell us about it, Jay?
Well, I actually have the ISS track up on my other monitor right now because currently the ISS is east of Florida. I don't know how many miles, several 100,000, something like that, but just passing northeast of the Bahamas. So it still needs to complete a whole other orbit in order to get back to where it needs to be for the ISS to get where it needs to be for the Dragon, to approach up there. So we have this fantastic graphic showing from the launch from Florida. You can see there the Earth in the middle, and then the track going. A lot of that would be upwards. So the perspective looks a little bit off where it looks southeast, but it would actually be upwards and to the northeast, and then going up into the various stages of orbit that it will be getting to in order to kind of hang out for a little bit, but then slowly make its progress towards the ISS. You don't want to approach the ISS too quickly because that's going to make it a lot more difficult to slow down quickly enough. Sort of that, equal or forces, you have to be able to counter the forces that you are imparting. So you can't go too fast because you need to slow down. And that means that you need to have a nice slow approach to the ISS. So as those lines get closer and closer, that means that the velocity difference between the two vehicles is going to be a lot less. So that way it is a nice slow and steady approach. But then I don't know if we've got so there's I don't know if we have specific names for the different burns that we've got there for like stage 1, 2, and 3. 1 would obviously be launch. But then if you wanted to go through those, EJ, if you've got the info for that.
So, Dragon is going to launch into a parking orbit that, if we're talking about relative altitude of the International Space Station versus where number 2 is, that parking orbit, it's actually a lower altitude orbit. Now, keep in mind, if we're talking orbital mechanics here, lower altitude really isn't the right way to say it. I mean, that's the plain English way of saying it. That's something we can understand because the ground is a datum that we can all see right now. You're just, inadvertently kind of near it. All of us are, unless you're watching from an airplane, in which case congratulations, you can still see the ground. No, it's a good thing to relatively understand. Now, the ISS relatively is in about a 410 to 415 kilometer circular orbit. So it kind of hovers just a little bit over 400 kilometers. It's about 270 miles up. The parking orbit that Dragon is going to do is a little bit lower than that. Usually parking orbits range from about 120 kilometers to 130 kilometers. They're basically going to get it into a shakedown orbit where it's very easy to come back down if something goes wrong. Once the capsule gets past that gate, then they'll do what's called a phasing burn. The phasing burn is what the thruster burn. 3 and it says 3 twice. They're going to do 2 burns. So in this parking orbit, you're most likely going to do a burn at perigee to increase apogee. Basically, Dragon will put itself into an elliptical style orbit. So in orbital mechanics, there's kind of 3 different orbital shapes that you can have. You can have escape velocity, you can have an elliptical orbit, or you can have a perfectly circular orbit. The orbital variable that denotes kind of what the size and shape of your orbit is, or the shape of your orbit is called orbital eccentricity. Orbital eccentricity goes on a scale from 0 to 1. At 1 being escape velocity, 0 eccentricity being a perfect circle. And between 0 and 1 is anywhere in between. Now, what Dragon will do for number 3 on this timeline here is called a phase. First they'll raise the apogee and then they'll raise the perigee. That's what the first burn is. The first burn at 3 raises apogee, puts it into a slightly egg-shaped orbit. And then the second one raises the perigee, which circularizes it, brings the eccentricity back to 0 around the ISS's altitude, right? Remember, we're talking about relative altitude to the ground. If we were talking real orbital mechanics, the variable that we would use for quote-unquote altitude is called a semi-major axis.
SpaceX, for your awareness, ground is stepping into cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Okay, so...
Dragon copy.
Okay, we got another call there from SpaceX's Crew Operations Responsibility Engineer, or CORE for short, at SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, communicating with Commander Jessica Meir there. So the second part of the orbital mechanics there is the second part of number 3, where they basically circularize. They have the orbit, which is elliptical, with the high point at the ISS's altitude and the low point at parking orbit. When they get to the second part of 3, they'll circularize just below the altitude, with a slightly smaller semi-major axis than the ISS. Dragon being slightly lower relatively in altitude to the ISS means that it's going to travel faster, and it will eventually catch up. The reason why is because in orbital mechanics, the closer you are to a planet's center of gravity, the faster you need to go to not fall back down to said planet. Basically, lower altitude, you got to go faster. Lower orbit, you're going faster. Higher orbits, you go relatively slower. So, Dragon being in a slightly lower orbit, albeit basically circularized right below the ISS, is going to have it go faster, and it will appear to catch up. Once it catches up, that's when you enter the second part, the other parts of the graphic on the right-hand side, where you go to 4, 5, and 6. They'll do small, what's called phasing burns to enter the ISS's approach ellipsoid is what it's called. It's kind of the quote-unquote airspace around the ISS. And then the last phasing burn will enter the ISS's keep-out sphere. The keep-out sphere is a nice way of saying, it's a nice way of saying, like, this is the no-fly zone around the ISS. There's parts of the ISS you really don't want to be flying near at all. You don't want to shoot your thrusters into the solar panels,
Dragon, SpaceX, you have a go for step 5.1. When ready, report go for launch.
Okay. So we're
Dragon copy, go for 5.1.
So Section 5 of Dragon and SpaceX launch operations here is initiating the launch procedure. So we were talking about retracting the crew access arm, and we were talking about arming the launch escape system. Section 5 is to move the crew access arm, and then they'll move to Section 6, which is arming the launch escape system.
By the way, you know what this all means?
Yep.
This means we are under an hour to go now until launch.
Oh,
So
I'm ready.
the crew on board is ready to go for step 5-1. Is chat ready to go for this final hour of the countdown here?
I'm ready to go. Jay, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. I'm just
All
thinking
right.
about how much the crew must be enjoying currently being sitting relaxing in the capsule. But then soon they will be launching up into space, where they'll be traveling 17,500 miles an hour in order to catch up to the International Space Station.
Yep.
Here we go. Chat is go. Chat is go for 5-1. Chat is getting excited.
Yep, catching up to the ISS because of differential semi-major axis, right? Who was paying attention? Yeah.
It's one of the crazy things with spaceflight, where if you want to catch up to something, you actually have to slow down. It's so like opposite school of thought compared to what we think of on Earth. But in order to get the orbits to match up correctly, it is a matter of like, okay, well, I need to lower one side of my orbit, so I'm taking sort of the short track, if you will, to then catch up to the thing that is what at that time and essentially would be ahead of you.
SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch.
Okay, Commander.
SpaceX copy, stand by at section 6 of 4.100.
Jessica Meir communicating crew of Crew-12 is go for launch, ready to move to
Standing
Section
by in
6.
section 6.
Good stuff.
And now we're going to start to get more frequent callouts now that we're within this T-minus 1 hour window.
And we are just 12 minutes away from hopefully the launch director giving the go-ahead to start loading propellants and getting everything ready at the pad to launch this rocket and this crew of 4.
And in the meantime, we can enjoy some wonderful helicopter shots, which, again, were brought about by all of your viewer support. So thank you all for allowing us to see these and then share them back with you.
And I do want to point out that's a NASA helicopter, not us, but your support allows us to be able to bring in this feed so we can show it to you. We didn't use your money to rent a helicopter, sorry.
Good clarification. I don't know if NASA's going to let us fly around while they're about to launch.
Yeah, there's temporary flight restrictions in place that prevent that.
Yeah.
Hey, well, wait a minute. I'm a taxpayer, all right? So I funded this flight inadvertently, or, just saying.
Sure, let's go with that.
I'm sorry. It's a poor attempt at humor. All right, so we are sitting at T-minus 56 minutes, 3 seconds, inside of an hour here for Crew-12, the Crew-12 launch to the International Space Station. Currently, liftoff is targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time for the uphill ride, early Friday morning ride up to the International Space Stations for the 4 crew members on board. So once again, Go
I
ahead.
see a fun question in chat that I think you will have a great time with, EJ. Can someone? Sigma asks, can someone tell me a bit about the Falcon 9? I'll watch a video in a bit, but just wondering if someone can sum it up real quick, if you don't mind.
Well,
the mission that Crew-12 is launching on right now. The
Will in a
idea is
moment.
to get the highest potential science and research up there to unlock and ignite an orbital economy so that someday we have lots of commercially operated space stations in low Earth orbit, and also to demonstrate a lot of the technology that we intend to use on lunar missions and a lunar base in the future. A great example would be it's a great testing ground for future lunar EVA suits to be able to exercise that on the space station. So we're going to make an awful lot of use of the station over its remaining life. We're going to keep our crews extremely busy up there.
And also, we're preparing this morning to launch Crew-12 to low Earth orbit to the International Space Station, and then going to send another crew around the moon in just a few weeks. Space agencies don't typically do those kind of missions right on top of each other. What does that say about NASA?
I'd say we're just getting started right now, but you're certainly seeing American space capabilities being showcased. We were able to bring Crew-11 home early while pulling forward Crew-12, which is obviously getting ready to launch in less than an hour right now, while we have crews out there testing for Artemis 2. We're doing a series of kind of mini wet dress rehearsal tests today. Make sure we give that vehicle the highest probability of success to get off the pad in early March. What a great problem to have. Multiple crew-rated vehicles out on the pad right now. I hope this becomes more commonplace to such an extent that maybe in the years ahead, having 2 vehicles ready to go to space with astronauts seems like an easy day.
Excellent. Well, there you have it. Words from our new NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman. And we're going to go back to Daryl Nail.
Or EJ. We could go back to EJ, NJ, and Sawyer. That's good too. Anyway, yeah, EJ, J, Sawyer, J. It's fine. Now that was Jared Isaacman, guys. That he is the guy that runs NASA, the 15th administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Jared Isaacman, just a little bit of a background. We won't dwell on it too quick. We were talking about commercial crewed flights here, or commercial missions for Falcon 9. Jared Isaacman funded and flew on 2 of them, the Inspiration 4 mission and Polaris Dawn. He has been to space. He's conducted commercial extravehicular activities in space and commanded both of those missions. Strong words and strong commitment from him about, what NASA needs to do. And it's from somebody that really understands it. He's been up there. He stared into the vacuum of space. We saw him do it. It was live streaming it when he did it. So that's really, really good and really inspiring words from the 15th NASA administrator there. Okay, so we're sitting at T-minus 52 minutes, 15 seconds. SpaceX and NASA are moving into Section 6, which is preparations for launch and fueling here for the Crew-12 mission. You're looking at a live shot there, the 4 crew members on board. Left to right, we have Andre.
The propellant load and launch go-no-go poll is open in step 8.87 of 1.160.
Okay. All right, so we have a communication there about the initiation of the go, no-go poll for fueling operations. Go, no-go polls are basically where the launch director goes around the horn and makes sure every person in control who is in charge of all vehicle critical systems is ready to go on their A game. If he'll go and ask on the comm net, he'll say, "Are you ready to go?" You say, "Go." Chatter, you go? I'm go. I'm ready to go. Jay, you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Sawyer?
I'm ready. And it's important to note that the poll may be ongoing, but unlike the other night for Vulcan, we don't hear the poll. What SpaceX does is they have buttons on their consoles, essentially, that it's kind of like, green light, red light, where they'll give the green on their consoles, and if not, they then they'll have to push it. But for right now, we want to see all green on their console buttons, and hopefully that means that we will hear the go for prop load once that is complete.
Yep. And I was saying the crew on board. So left to right on the picture of the inside the crew capsule, or just the crew in general. We have Mission Specialist 1 Andrei Fediev. We have pilot Jack Hathaway, NASA astronaut. We have Commander Jessica Meir, also NASA astronaut. And then bringing up the Mission Specialist 2 spot is Sophie Adeno of the European Space Agency. That's the 4 crew on board here, poised on the pad, ready for a flight to the International Space Station in about 50 minutes.
And for our crew, I saw that somebody was asking if Sawyer was out in the field. Sawyer is out in the field, along with Julia Bergeron and Dee Wise, as well as our field cams, Jerry Pike and Max Evans, all out there getting ready to capture the launch that we're hopefully about to see, as well as our producers, Kevin and Jay Keegan. Also, I guess I didn't say it, Kevin Michael Reed. Everybody always says all 3.
Yeah,
But then
I will say a
have
little on the chillier side out here right now. It's definitely cool for Florida weather, to say the least, but the most important thing is the skies are very clear, just a couple of thin, wispy clouds above, and the official forecast per NASA was upgraded to 95% favorable. So, everything looking good, at least here weather-wise, despite the fact I may have 2 layers on.
Okay, you can see that. You see the helicopter that's giving us the aerial shots, that's giving NASA the aerial shots that we're piping into. You see it flying by up there. Okay, I'm gonna just get through a little bit of the support here, guys, if you don't mind. And once again, if we hear the communications loops come in, I will be quiet for a second here. We got Crafty Geek here with a $2 super chat saying, "Will there be no Flame Trench show later today?" Probably not. Me and Sawyer are here, and our sleep schedules are totally washed at this point. I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not, but we'll get back to you. Yeah, Max and Dee are here as well, along with Kevin, Jay, and Carson. We're all here. We might all be asleep.
It's been a busy week.
It has been certainly a chaotic one, that's for sure, but fun. So, yeah, jury's still out on that one. Let's see. Telstar86 gifted 1 Red Team membership. We do appreciate it there. There's a shot SpaceX posted on X there of the new LZ-40. Fantastic. All right, we got the Law 26 with a $10 super chat. Godspeed, Crew-12. To the heavens they go. Special shout out to our angels, Vanessa in Boston. There you go. Law, laying it down. All right. Telstar86 again with a £2 super chat. 6.1. Caffeine loading has commenced. Good to hear. That's what's keeping me going at this point, to be honest with you. And then we got Shazbird Todd Bot with a $10 super chat. Is it time or almost time to start playing the final countdown? Well, 47 minutes out. It's only like a 4-minute song. So, you got some time. You got some time for coffee loading, like what Telstar was saying. Anyway, we got a shot there from one of the lightning towers that surround, one of 4 lightning towers that surround Pad 40 here. Beautiful shot of the Pad Space Launch Complex 40 fixed service structure, crew access arm, Dragon, and Falcon with the transporter erector. And then if you look at the very, very bottom left of this shot, you could see the horizontal integration facility where they actually put the vehicle together before they send it out to the pad.
Hopefully in just a couple of minutes, that crew access arm that you see will rotate away. We're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away from hopefully getting that go for prop load. And once that does happen, that's when the crew access arm will retract, the launch escape system will arm. And then at T-minus 35 minutes, we start loading up the RP-1, the rocket propellant 1, which is a refined form of kerosene, and liquid oxygen into stage 1, and the RP-1 into stage 2. And it's worth noting, because the fueling is very, very loud, and most astronauts aren't used to it.
The pull is complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until ND confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch autosequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort autosequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators shall advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Copy that, proceeding to arm the crew arm for movement.
All right, good news from the launch director there. Moving into flight operations, right, Sawyer?
Exactly. Yep,
Crew
that is what
arm
we like to
retraction has
hear. And
started.
again, what
Crew arm pin for retraction.
okay. But what you heard there was just the call that they give every single time to all of the controllers as sort of a reminder of procedures. None of those have actually happened yet. That's just what to do, a reminder to keep it fresh in the crew's minds. And there goes the crew access arm retraction.
Yep. Once again, that's a very pivotable. Well, it is pivotable. It's moving. Pivotal step. Pivotal step there towards launch operations. Once the crew access arm moves out of the way, the launch escape system will be armed, which will basically put the rocket into a good configuration to start propellant load.
And that means that, let's see, at 4:36 a.m. we should be seeing or hearing about Dragon's launch escape system being armed, now that the crew access arm is retracting. That thing does look sharp, though, that crew access arm. I really like how they have the support structures designed for that.
Yep.
Crew arm
yeah.
retraction is complete.
There we go.
All right, motion stopped. Excellent.
Okay, so we're sitting at T-minus 42 minutes, 58 seconds here for the Crew-12 flight. The crew access arm has moved out of the way in preparation for Dragon's Launch Escape System, or LES, for short, to be armed, paving the way for fueling operations. If you look in the center of that shot there, you see a little nacelle on the side of Dragon. There are 4 nacelles. You can see one of them right there with an American flag on it at the very top of the rocket. Those are actually housing abort engines. Those abort engines use the capsule's onboard fuel in the event of an emergency to get it away. It basically ejects the entire capsule away
Dragon,
from the
SpaceX,
rocket.
you have a go for step 6.3, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Here we go. It's there in case something goes wrong. Once again, better to have it
Dragon
and not need
copies.
it
We're ready to close visors and arm the launch escape system.
than need it and not have it. We got a good confirmation of step 6.4 from Commander Jessica Muir.
What's the old phrase? Rather be on the ground wishing you were in the air instead of in the air wishing you were on the ground?
Yep, old pilot's creed there.
Yep.
Absolutely a thing. That applies to spacecraft. It's flying.
SpaceX Dragon, visors are closed. We're ready to send the command.
SpaceX copies, you have a go to arm the launch escape system.
Okay. Crew-12.
Copy, go.
Crew-12 Commander Jessica Muir communicating that all 4 Crew-12 members have their visors closed in preparation for launch escape system arming. Just in case you're wondering, the Commander Muir is communicating with SpaceX's Crew Operations Responsibility Engineer, or CORE. The person that she's talking to is at SpaceX's
Launch
Mission
escape
Control
system is
Hawthorne
verified armed.
in California. Launch escape system is armed.
There we go. That is a pivotal moment. Now, they can, if they needed to, bring the crew access arm back. It would be able to do it very quickly. And if they were able to escape on the tower, they have these slides that will sort of inflate, and they would be able to use that to get away. Of course, hopefully we don't ever need those, and hopefully that crew access arm does not go back to this capsule.
Been up all night. Would sure like to be rewarded with an uphill ride to the space station, Sawyer, huh?
So would the crew of 4, so would the thousands of people on the ground supporting them and supporting their mission.
But at the end of the day, it is safety that is paramount. So if there were some kind of an issue, obviously that's the priority, to make sure that everybody stays safe. And we should see shortly RP1 starting to load now that the crew access arm is out of the way, as well as the LES is armed. So we're going to be waiting for that call out.
What I was mentioning earlier is that, the crew, since most rockets are fueled before the crew gets out there, it's unusual to hear all the propellant loading into the vehicle and the creaking and cracking, because the vehicle is essentially alive at that point with those super chilled propellants. So while they are doing all of their training in Dragon capsules on the ground, they play audio of the propellant load for the crews to train to. So they put a microphone in one of the capsules, recorded the sound of all the prop loads so that they know what to expect on launch day.
I know it's something I've heard shuttle astronauts talk about before too. When they get out to the pad and things start to move around a little bit, shift or whatever, it just feels like the vehicle comes to life.
Well, Jay, that's what I was talking about a little bit earlier with transients. When you feel in the vehicle, a lot of stuff is changing. It does, as Sawyer was saying, it does creak and groan. That is, you're changing a lot of variables all at once. That is a very, very complex procedure, right? And you want to make sure that the launch escape system is ready to go, because that vehicle, it's alive. And if it doesn't like something, you want to get away from it. It might get angry at you. But, we don't want none of that here. We do have a live shot, though, or live track of where the ISS currently is. If you look at there's two kinds of orbits there. The white orbit is the current orbit that the ISS is on, and the other one is the last orbit that it was on. If you look, the track, when it does eventually, this is called a ground track. Notice that the white track is going over Florida. This is what I mean about orbital mechanics. The ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. So meaning if you look at it relative to the equator, when it passes over the equator, it makes a 51.6 degree angle. And if you look at its previous orbit, the previous orbit is out over the Atlantic Ocean. That's because it's because the Earth is spinning. It's spinning underneath it. So the orbit does kind of appear to move right to left with a ground track showing previous and current orbits. You have to wait, because the Earth is spinning, you have to wait until Florida gets underneath the ISS's orbit at the right angle, and then launch northeast out of there to make sure that your orbital plane matches the ISS's orbital plane.
Falcon 9 tanks will be venting for the start of propellant load. Expect loud venting.
There you go. Preparing for tank loading there for Falcon 9. This is why the launch is at 5:15 in the morning, guys, because you have to make sure the ISS's orbit is over Florida. If you try to launch to it when the ISS orbit isn't going over the launch site, you're not getting near it. Orbital mechanics will get very angry with you if you don't. It's going to be very hard to rendezvous with.
For some context, right now the ISS is just west of India, and in about half an hour or so, it'll be in a position where it will be relatively close to Florida at that point. So they don't necessarily launch at the same time that the ISS passes over, but it's not super far off from that point. So that is approximately what traveling at 17,500 miles an hour will do for you in terms of spaceflight.
Yeah, by the way, that venting was very loud. You could hear it all the way here from the press site just now. Just wanted to point that out. So that was the loud venting they were warning about. And all that with the moon now starting to rise as well.
Ooh.
All right.
That brings up a question for me, actually, for you, Sawyer, just personally. Do you ever have moments where you have a planned shot for a launch, and then maybe something like the moon pops out all of a sudden. You're like, okay, I got to change my plan. I want to get the moon in the shot. I want to change everything that I had in mind, maybe just for one specific camera. But does that come up for you frequently?
There is the moon, by the way. Not usually, if we're being honest. I mean, there are times if there's a bird in the shot, or where we end up going at different locations. If there's a nice cutout in the bushes to use as framing, then that. But otherwise, there are trackers that we use to be able to actually, see where the rocket would be if it's going to transit in front of the moon at the launch time. So it's things like that where, we kind of know what to expect there. So not really. And you can see there how close the moon is to Falcon 9 on the left with that awesome shot.
Propellant
And this
load
is a view
has
from Max
started.
Evans over on the Space Force side as well. So we have multiple angles.
Okay. So we're sitting at T-minus 34 minutes and 35 seconds. SpaceX is getting ready to fuel up Falcon 9 with 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen and RP-1 to send this crew up to the ISS. Once again, liftoff time is targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern here, and the fueling procedure should be starting very, very soon.
Should be underway, in fact, right now, beginning with stage 1, getting both the RP-1, the kerosene, and the liquid oxygen. And they begin with the RP-1 load only on stage 2, because that is closer to ambient temperature. SpaceX still chills it down, whereas other companies use it directly at room temperature. Then, once that is complete, they will chill down the lines that they use to fuel that second stage. And that is when we see what we call the best vent, the 20-minute, 20-second vent. And then once that is complete, then they will start loading liquid oxygen onto stage 2.
So once again, you got a shot of the Crew-12 crew on board there, and then we have two shots of the rocket sitting on the pad here from two different angles. Good stuff. All right. Hey, Sheriff Tracy gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much, Tracy. We appreciate it. Hope you're as hyped about it as about this launch as we are. I know it kind of sounds like me, Jay, and Sawyer are kind of getting a little but I assure you we are excited. It's just a little bit early. Just a little early. Right.
And in addition to thanking viewers for supporting us, I also do want to thank the NASA Public Affairs Office and SLD45 for supporting viewing Capeside tonight. This is straight from Max. This is the closest media has watched crew launch so far. So thank you, NASA Public Affairs. Ooh, here's a fun question from Willie Eckerslike. At what altitude do you start to experience weightlessness? Well, fun fact, you can do it on a swing if you want. You experience a brief moment of weightlessness as you sort of reach the peak of going up on a swing, like just a regular, childhood park swing, anything kind of like that. It's really more about how you're moving through, well, not even through the air necessarily, but how you're moving in general. As you reach the top of a peak, then you get some of that. Same thing with like a roller coaster, that kind of stuff. But in the case of orbit, what you're really doing is you're free falling around the planet constantly if you are in orbit. And so you launch vertically and then start to do what's called a gravity turn to begin to build up lateral velocity. So that way, as you continue to go faster and faster around the Earth, like the ISS is currently going roughly 17,500 miles an hour, it's traveling so fast that as it falls, its trajectory matches or technically exceeds a little bit the curvature of the Earth. And so that is what's actually providing that microgravity, they call it, or weightlessness. So it's really just that you're free falling all the time. Yeah, falling with style, exactly.
Cryohelium loading.
Okay, there's a call for stage 1 cryogenic helium. Helium is used on Falcon 9 in the first and second stage as what's called an ullage gas. Ullage is, on top of being a very fun word to say, is what is used to basically fill the void inside of the tanks pneumatically as the liquid fuel and liquid oxygen drains out of the tanks. Inside of Falcon 9, there are helium tanks. And the cryogenic helium, keep in mind, it's not liquid helium. It's just really, really cold gaseous helium. Is filled into highly pressurized composite overwrap pressure vessels, which is basically, if you picture like a scuba tank in your mind that's wrapped in carbon fiber, so it can hold gas at really, really high pressure. That's what an ullage tank is. And when Falcon 9 does go to launch, the fuel and oxidizer is going to start draining out. And what those ullage tanks do, and what tank ullage is it fills, those tanks will open, and it'll fill the void inside of the tanks to keep the tanks at the right pressure to be able to feed fuel and oxidizer into the engines correctly, no matter what fuel load the rocket has. So, you know, I know people are going to say cryogenic helium. What are they talking about? Well, it's for tank ullage. Tank ullage is very important. It's how the rocket stays structurally sound. You got to keep the tanks at pressure. If you don't keep the tanks at pressure, like I said, you're not going to be able to feed the propellants correctly into the engines, the commodities into the engines correctly, and the rocket won't stand up. Right. It won't stand up if the tanks aren't at pressure. Rockets are engineered with very, very thin margins. You need a lot of what's called characteristic energy to get out into the grav well and start falling around Earth, like what Jay was saying. Right? You need a lot of energy, and you have to, if you can use pressure to hold the vehicle up, well, that's less structure you got to build into the vehicle. That makes the vehicle less mass. That'll make it so it'll be easier for it to get up into space and accelerate to 17,500 miles an hour, or 27,500 kilometers an hour, to be able to catch up to that ISS and get that crew up there. Okay, so we're sitting at T-minus 28 minutes, 35 seconds. Fueling is underway. You can tell from the condensation cloud on the lower parts of the vehicle. Fueling is underway on the Falcon 9 here in preparation for the Crew-12 launch to the ISS. They are currently targeting 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time for an uphill ride to the International Space Station.
You know, Sawyer was talking about his photo of SLS the other day, and I think for this particular launch, the moon is going to be the paid actor.
Yeah, clouds were the paid actor, and now it's the moon.
Yeah.
We should go there. Jay.
Yeah.
We should go there. We should go there more.
And NSF stream from the moon? Is that what I'm hearing?
I mean, we know people.
Can I just point out, as we're looking at the moon, by the way, I'm looking up now. There were some scattered clouds earlier. There is not a cloud in the sky. The wind has died down dramatically. I mean, weather-wise, you could not ask for a more perfect condition for a launch tonight. So just from a weather standpoint, I just wanted to chime in because I was just looking up at the sky clearance for a potential Falcon Nebula once the two stages separate, and it is beautiful for it.
Yep, we are still 90%.
95.
Oh, is it 95? I just refreshed.
Yes, for NASA it was up to 95.
Oh, sorry. All right, never mind.
And by the way, I'm not the only one excited about this here. You can see this is a view of all the public lining up along US 1 in Titusville, ready for this crew launch. So if you go down US 1, there's a bunch of parks. There's some pull-offs that you can go to. And that is all of the people lined up, out, ready, and waiting for, hopefully, a beautiful show in 26 and a half minutes from now.
And we've actually got Julia out there enjoying the views with the crowds. Hopefully that's going well.
And speaking of with the crowds, this is Wade, who is Dr. WD40 over on Twitch, who does, bird streams as well as metal detector streams and launch streams. So also providing us a view from out in the public side there. So thank you to Wade as well.
Beginning stage 2 cryo-helium vent shortly. Expect loud venting.
Right. They're working on the ullage tanks for the second stage now. You know, Sawyer, we were just looking at that footage of Julia rolling down US-1 in Titusville, and I think it speaks to the significance of human spaceflight. You know, it's 4:50 in the morning. That is a that's a not a small amount of people out there ready to see this launch. I think that's really cool. I think
On a
it's really
weekday,
cool.
nonetheless.
Yeah,
it's
on a
work day.
weekday. Right? That's great, man.
For people with normal schedules, it is early morning on a work day, but it is just again, like we were talking about earlier, the magnificence of it, the added excitement with sending people to space as opposed to just Starlink satellites or something really draws out the crowds. It's a rare experience and something that if you get a chance to, I would absolutely go ahead and get a chance to come down to Florida and see it. Again, this is the view over on the Space Force side, which, as we were pointing out earlier, the closest to that we have ever been for a crew launch, and hopefully pretty close for that new landing zone as well, which is just off to the right from where this shot is currently.
And earlier we were showing some of our behind-the-scenes views as well of some of the setups that we've got at the press site, and I think Dee has been getting things set up, but might be able to pop in briefly just to talk about how things are going there at the press site. Dee, are you still around?
I sure am. How do you hear me?
Clear. 5x5.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful night out here. Clear skies. I've been very focused on trying to get cameras going and set those up and figure out feeds here, but it's really exciting as we get closer. We are about 20 minutes away, nearing 20 minutes away from this crew launch. It's so exciting.
And happy to have you out there. It's been a very busy week for some of you folks on the Cape, so glad everybody was able to get some rest today, or at least hopefully everybody was. I know some of the team was, but glad to have everybody out for tonight's launch as well.
Yeah, we definitely took what opportunity we could between the Vulcan and crew tonight, which was abnormal sleep hours, but sleep hours nonetheless. And so we're all reasonably well rested, at least, for this launch.
That's good to hear. And let's see if we can pop over to Julia really quickly. Julia, are you still out there? You just got to the new site, right?
Yeah, I am not exactly in the crowds, but I did want to drive past and see, like you said, this is a day for many of us here. And we do have a lot of visitors in the area, as people were kind of expecting Artemis to also have launched. So vacations were planned, and maybe you didn't get Artemis, but you stayed for crew. So it is evident out here on US-1, and I'm just setting hopefully a streak shot of this launch and enjoying that gorgeous moon.
I'm really curious. I mentioned this earlier just about being excited about the images coming in from our photographers, but with this particular launch, especially, I'm really curious to see how streak shots turn out because the LZ and the launch site are actually so close together. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how those turn out for folks.
Right? So we've been jealous of Vandenberg and their return to launch site shots, and it'll be neat to see what everybody gets for our Cape version of that.
Yeah, now we get a Cape version, so that way Sawyer can continue to talk about how the East Coast the Space Coast is the best coast.
Always
He's not wrong. Yeah, see, Julia knows. Okay, so we are at T-minus 21 minutes, 24 seconds here for the Crew-12 launch. Liftoff time is scheduled for 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time for the Crew-12 uphill ride to the International Space Station. You're looking at a shot here of Falcon 9 with Dragon 2 on top of it at Space Launch Complex 40. The crew is already ingressed into the capsule. They're already in there, ready to go. Their access gantry or crew access arm is retracted, and fueling has commenced on the vehicle. We should start to see second stage fueling here sometime in the next minute and a half. What that will come is in the form of a vent up about midway up the vehicle, which means that SpaceX is currently moving propellants up the transporter erector structure, which is the launch structure that's right next to the launch vehicle right now, indicative of second stage fueling. It's called the 20-minute vent. We should be seeing it here very, very, very soon. You can already see that first stage fueling and topping off has already started. Well, not topping off. First stage fueling has already started.
Stage
by
2,
that cloud.
RD1 load is complete.
By that condensation cloud that's coming off the vehicle. And right as I said that, right on time, the 20-minute vent is open. If you look at that gray structure that's kind of straddling the vehicle right now, that's called a transporter erector. The transporter erector, well, does as the name implies. They build the rocket on it and they use it to move the rocket to the pad and use it to get the vehicle upright. But it also does carry electronics and power for the Dragon capsule, and it's also carrying your second stage fuel and oxidizer lines. Now, Falcon 9 is using a semi-cryogenic propellant combination here in the form of our rocket propellant 1, which is a highly refined version of kerosene, and liquid oxygen. You just heard the call there for RP1 loading complete, and what SpaceX is going to prep now, which is what that big vent cloud is the oxidizer lines that are going up that transporter erector, getting ready to fill up the second stage. Now, why I know what people are going to ask. Why are they venting it overboard? What's that about? Right? Isn't it supposed to go in the vehicle? Well, yes. But remember, in order for oxygen to exist as a liquid, it has to be extremely cold. And you can't just go putting propellant into a relatively warm pipe. Oxygen is, it's really cold. You're well into the 3-digit negatives Celsius there for liquid oxygen. I don't know. Sawyer said it's a little chilly down there, but I don't think it's that chilly. Relatively, the oxidizer line for Falcon 9 is pretty warm. We're talking about an over 200 Celsius differential there. Pretty colors. All right. So what happens is they have to cool that pipe down. They have to chill it down. And that's what that 20-minute vent is all about. They're slowly moving liquid oxygen up the pipe, and because the pipe is warm and the propellants are cold, it is evaporating. The liquid oxygen is evaporating and turning into what's called cryogenic gaseous oxygen. And that's what you see coming out of that vent. Once the liquid oxygen gets all the way up the transporter erector, they'll shut the vent off, and that means that the line is what's called thermally conditioned to make sure that they don't have any evaporated propellants going into the second stage. The same thing was done with the first stage here, but it's just not as apparent. We don't see it as much as the...
SpaceX for update. Falcon 9, Dragon, and weather remain go. We're tracking no holds against launch today.
Beautiful.
Dragon copies. That's great news.
Okay. SpaceX's Crew Operations Resource Engineer communicating to Commander of Crew-12, Jessica Meir, that there are no constrictions on the launch today. That is a very, very good sign that this candle is going to get lit. Good stuff.
You can definitely tell, even though it is late, energy is starting to pick up, even here just for commentating. I can hear it in EJ's voice. He's getting excited.
Yeah, you can feel the energy here in person just growing and growing. And I don't know about you, but my heart rate's already starting to pick up here.
Yep.
Hey, I value my sleep, but spaceflight waits for no man. All right? I'm in. It doesn't matter if it's at 5 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon. I'm here for it. This gets me fired up every time. I love this stuff, and I know you guys do too, and I know everybody out there watching does too.
Is starting.
There we go. There's the call. That means the pipe is chilled down on the transporter erector. You'll see the vent close out there. There it is. Now you're loading liquid oxygen into your second stage. You should start seeing frost accumulating on the second stage where the liquid oxygen tank is. Okay.
ISS track. And
yep.
That is, yeah, that's right where I've got mine too. Cool. Yeah. just southwest of Australia, and will be making its way sort of down the from the ground track. Looks like the sort of southern bend, but imagine the ground track as a 2D representation of the orbit, which is, if you think about it, kind of like a hula hoop that you just tilt. So then that way that represents like the top of the arc would be the highest point of the inclined orbit as far as north-south goes. So it is currently heading southeast, which will be going to the lowest point of its inclination, which again is still kind of represented on the ground track. So it's one of those things that's just kind of hard to wrap your head around going from 2D to 3D until you see it as a 3D representation thing.
Yeah, this is, of course, representing the what's called orbital tilt or inclination of the International Space Station. When you superimpose a inclined orbit onto a 2D map, it's going to look like a squiggly line. That's what it looks like. If you were looking at this kind of 3D, right, the orbit would be tilted relative to Earth's equator by 51 degrees. It would be a lot easier to see if we had a 3D representation, but these 2D representations from Jay are very, very good. Not you, Jay, other Jay.
Too many J's.
No, there's not enough. We need everybody. You know, we are all Jay today, all right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Hey, I'm a J too, technically.
Exactly. We got EJ, we got Jay, we got Julia, we got Sawyer J, Jay Keegan, Kevin Jekyll Reed. We're good. All right. So you can see that vent line that I was telling you about is closed up. It's just there's a little bit of residual gaseous oxygen in it, but second stage fueling is underway. We are T-minus 14 minutes, 10 seconds out here from the Crew-12 launch. Once again, targeting a 5:15 a.m. liftoff time from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station down in Florida. Now, in case you're just tuning in here, this is a crewed launch. This one's going to the ISS. There are 4 souls on board. We have Commander Jessica Meir, NASA astronaut, and then we have piloting Dragon. We have Jack Hathaway, also a NASA astronaut. And then we have 2 international partners picking up the Mission Specialist 1 and 2 slots. We have Russian cosmonaut Andrei Fedyev picking up the MS-1 slot, and European Space Agency, or ESA astronaut Sophie Edino, hailing from France. So truly international cooperation for an international space station. Good stuff. All right.
Looking at our timeline here, looks like at 5:08 a.m. we are expecting Falcon 9 to begin its engine chill prior to launch. And then after that, 5:10, we will have Dragon transitioning to internal power. Oh, and then we got our countdown timeline popping up, which can roll through some more stats for us.
Yep.
So we got the engine chill, we got the transition to internal power, then we got Falcon 9 in startup. After that, the launch director will verify go for launch, and then engine ignition sequence, and then Falcon 9 liftoff. And as we get closer to liftoff, we'll have some more discussions about what will be happening afterwards, because during liftoff itself, we want to make sure that folks are able to really enjoy the audio of a launch. There is no replacement for being there in person, but we do have enough microphones set up and of good quality, that you can get a good sense for it. But if you ever have the opportunity, I highly recommend, if it's even the slightest chance, absolutely go see a launch in person. There's no replacement for that.
If you can't, the next best thing is being able to actually get some shots of the launches themselves, which we here at NSF do, and we put them up on our shop at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We have plenty of all of your space items there. We've got calendars, and of course, as we were talking about the prints, including some of this very vehicle. You can see here we had 3 space vehicles all out at the same time with Crew-12, Artemis 2, and then Vulcan. That is a single frame, by the way. That is not a composite. That is all one shot. And then, of course, we have Artemis, the orange rocket with the orange sky behind it. It's orange. And it's just, oh man, the sun put on quite a show the other day, including for this particular vehicle as well. So if you really want to remember Crew-12 and you want to remember the vehicle that flew this mission, this shot is also available as both a metal print and a poster at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, along with a whole bunch of other prints and our entire Artemis collection for the excitement leading up to the moon launch as well. So all of that is available in the shop.
And you did briefly touch on it, but we have calendars that actually, at the moment, I believe are 25% off, in case folks want to pick up one of those.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
Displays are configured for launch.
We copy. From the entire SpaceX team, it's been a pleasure working together. Good luck and Godspeed, Crew-12. Enjoy the ride.
In a few moments, we will leave the ground, but not the people who brought us here. This mission is the result of years of dedication, preparation, and trust. To the teams at NASA and SpaceX, Roscosmos, ESA, JAXA, and CSA, your work stands on this pad with us. Every test, every checklist, every decision has led to this moment. Thank you for your tireless dedication and attention to detail. We launch not as individuals, but as representatives of something much larger. We carry the flags of our countries and our space agencies, but most importantly, we carry humanity's intrinsic curiosity and desire to explore. Looking around me at the diversity of backgrounds and experiences with me in this cockpit and on the teams supporting us around the planet, it is clear that when we work together, we can accomplish extraordinary things. We stand on the shoulders of giants. This expression is trite, but true. Generations who dared to imagine beyond what they could touch, who turned risk into knowledge, and who left behind a foundation strong enough to push further. These giants also include our families, our friends, and loved ones. You share the weight of this journey in ways that few ever see, and remind us that nobody reaches the horizon alone. When we look back at Earth from orbit, it will be your faces, your voices, and your sacrifices that travel with us. Crew-12 is ready. We are honored to represent our agencies, our nations, and the shared human desire to explore, to look up, to ask what lies beyond, and to go together. We carry this responsibility with humility and with awe. Over to Jack.
In human spaceflight, passion isn't a coincidence. It's a choice. Whether you're welding hardware, programming software, or piloting a spacecraft, every one of us chose the difficult path that got us here today in this moment. Interacting with such a dedicated team is the best part of my job, and I want to say a heartfelt thank you to the drive you bring to this program every single day. Over to Sophie.
Thanks, Jack. As a compliment to what my crewmates said, I wanted to say how important international cooperation is. As humanity, we can achieve great things when nations are working together. The International Space Station is a good example of a huge international achievement that just celebrated 25 years of continuous presence. We, as humanity, can be proud of achieving this together. I'll hand it over to Andre.
So guys, engage. Поехали.
Поехали.
Поехали. Поехали.
Crew-12, famously quoting Yuri Gagarin, "Поехали," which means off we go into space. Here we go.
Oh, that's great. The speech is hoping to reinforce the kind of stuff that we've been talking about here.
Yep, there's the call for engine thermal conditioning. Remember, I was telling you guys about how you have, if you're going to run liquid oxygen through stuff, you got to get it cold. That's what they're doing to the engines. They're bleeding liquid oxygen into the engines to make sure that they're nice, cool, and primed and ready for flight.
And as we cross to under T-minus 7 minutes now, we await for the crew to head off onto their own journey. And while we do that, we go ahead and bid farewell to Sawyer for now, as Sawyer heads off to cover the launch. So thank you, Sawyer, for joining us so far.
Thank you. I'll, of course, join you after the launch, but it's exciting. The excitement is real. Chat, I hope you're feeling the same excitement. Go Crew-12, go Dragon, go SpaceX, Godspeed.
And Crew-12 is ready, NSF is ready, and hopefully all of chat is ready as well.
Okay, we're currently 5 minutes, 56 seconds out from the launch of Crew-12. We just had the call for first stage RP1 loading has been completed. We should just be getting up to first stage LOX load completion there as we see a beautiful shot of the moon.
Nice, yeah.
Whoa!
It just really highlights, it does highlight the goal of this. Like, yes, this crew is going to the ISS, not to the moon, but it is a step in that direction. It is all part of that mission, that goal, not just for this country, but for all of humanity, as those speeches so eloquently highlighted. So it's nice to have a clear vision from everybody that's involved moving forward. And we're just about to cross T-minus 5 minutes. I had mentioned
Falcon
previously
9 tanks
that,
will begin pressurizing for strong back retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Okay, there's a call for terminal count here. Basically, we're inside of the final 5 minutes here in preparation for launch.
Yep, and we'll be making sure to keep comms clear whenever NASA does any callouts or SpaceX, but we will also be leaving some room for the rocket to share its own voice.
Started.
So yep, the strong back is that gray structure that's just to the right-hand side of Dragon. You're going to see it just move back just a tiny bit. It's just going to move back a tiny bit, but when the vehicle does go to fly, that thing will actually move away very quickly. It's actuated on gigantic hydraulic ramps that will pull that thing away from the rocket. The reason why you want to pull it away and you want to pull it away fast is, well, what comes out of the back of the rocket is not cold. You don't want it to damage the launch pad. So the strong back is actually going to do what's called a throwback. It'll basically flip out of the way extremely fast during liftoff. But right now it's just in a configuration just back a little bit, basically getting ready to go like a track runner right before start. Take your marks, right? In preparation for launch. And then when we get the proverbial pistol going off, that thing's going to shoot out of the gates off to the side. The rocket's going to start to go up.
Approaching T-minus 3 minutes. This is where everybody's starting to get a little bit more excited than we already were.
Oh, yeah.
Heart rate's going up. Everybody's waiting to see what's going to happen. And again, a reminder as well, this will probably not get a jellyfish.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
Mm-hmm.
But we will likely see a nebula.
There you go. There's the strong back moving back to the 89-degree position. Clamp arms are open.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
Stage 1 LOX loading is complete, and Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power. Basically, onboard batteries on Dragon and Falcon 9 are powering all systems on board. It's unplugged from the grid. Okay, once we get inside of T-minus 2 minutes here, you should hear the call for ground gas closeout. That same vent that SpaceX was using to fill up the second stage with liquid oxygen is now going to be evacuated and purged out with gaseous nitrogen. And what you should see is that vent open up and a huge cloud of gaseous oxygen, or GOX, should start shooting out the side. There's the call for stage 2 LOX loading, and the next call should be for ground gas closeout.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Gas closeouts will start in 5 seconds. Expect loud venting.
T-minus 90 seconds.
Now, at 1 minute here, Falcon 9 will go into startup. Basically, where onboard computers have primary control of all vehicle critical functions.
T-minus 1 minute.
FTS is armed and Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we are go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and Godspeed Crew-12.
1 Alpha.
SpaceX copy, stage 1 Alpha.
Stage 1 throttle down. Max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Stage 1 throttle up.
One Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Stage 2 engine chill. Stage 1 throttle down. Pico.
2 Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies.
Got a beautiful shot there of the second stage engine glowing in the night, moving Crew-12 up into space.
On a nominal trajectory.
Yep.
That was a stunning nebula.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Just, I know we were a little bit quiet there, folks. But honestly, I think we were just both drinking it in. That was incredible. And it won't be too long before we have first stage coming back in for a landing at LZ40, not far off from where it just launched.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal.
Commander Jessica Meir, hearing the call for a nominal trajectory on the second stage. Now, right now, the first stage has boosted back towards the return to launch site, or RTLS, to landing zone 40. It is just coasting right now, heading back towards the launch site, while the second stage is finishing the uphill ride here up into space. We're T plus 5 minutes, 36 seconds into the Crew-12 uphill ride into orbit.
Any second now, we should be hearing about the first stage entry burn beginning.
Oh, that's my favorite part here. First stage will fire its engine, slowing the vehicle down. Slowing the vehicle down and shielding it in a cool column of engine exhaust gases. Got a good copy on nominal trajectory from Commander Jessica Meir there.
Cool, of course, being a very relative term in this case.
Exactly. Rocket exhaust is hot, but re-entry heating is hotter. So the entry burn is not only slowing Falcon 9 down, but it's actually shielding it in its own engine gases, which once again, relatively cooler than re-entry heating. That actually right there it is. The engine exhaust gases are actually acting as Falcon 9's heat shield as it does its supersonic retropropulsion burn in preparation for landing at 40. That's my favorite part.
Oh, you can see the lights from the city too. That was so cool.
Oh yeah. Now left-hand side here, we have a shot of Crew-12 heading up in space. Right-hand shot of the second stage, but we just flipped over to the first stage coming in for a landing.
Great track.
Dragon copies.
Right now, the 4 hypersonic grid fins on the first stage are steering the vehicle to a trajectory that's basically just offshore of the landing site. When the first stage engine fires, initiating the landing bird, Falcon 9 will basically pivot over the landing site and come right back down. Those bright lights that you see right there, that's the launch site. That's where this first stage just launched from a second ago. Landing burn has begun. Got a good call on Stage 2 flight termination system. Landing legs deploy on Falcon 9. And it's landed. Dead center. First landing on LZ-40. Booster 1101. Completing its second flight. Beautiful.
Well, if such a thing could exist, I'd say that's pretty much textbook right there. Excellent job.
Right dead center.
It was fabulous. Oh my gosh.
Julie, how are the crowds doing over there?
I don't know. It's just me on the shoreline, but I'm waiting for a sonic boom, which will probably make me jump.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
There it is. You guys, that was so fun to watch.
That was a beautiful launch.
Okay, so we should be coming up here with a call for Shannon for the abort contingencies, indicating there it is, indicating the final abort contingency before you get into orbit. That means Jay and I were talking about getting up to 17,500 miles an hour, about 27,000 kilometers an hour. Shannon is the final abort gate before you get to stage 2 shutdown and hopefully nominal orbit insertion. We should hear the call for that here momentarily.
Dragon, SpaceX, we have a nominal orbit insertion.
Oh, that's what we want to hear.
Excellent.
Dragon copies, nominal insertion. Wonderful ride.
All stations, launch escape system disarmed.
And as the glow from the second stage fades away, the sunlight takes its place as Crew-12 has come up over the horizon and the sun is now shining on the vehicle. So the next step here that we're coming up on in a couple of minutes or a couple seconds is Dragon deploy. There it is.
Dragon
You're looking up the
confirmed.
You're looking up the business end of the Crew-12 Dragon capsule. That is Dragon Freedom.
Dragon copy.
Starting its 5th mission up into space.
That is an incredible view with the sun coming up around the horizon like that.
Beautiful.
So we weren't
Dragon
that far
Freedom,
off.
Chief Engineer, Jessica, Jack, Sophie, Andre, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon 9. Dragon will take you from here. Over to our launch director for a few words.
It turns out Friday the 13th is a very lucky day. Jessica, Jack, Sophie, Andre, it's been a pleasure training with you and preparing for your flight. From the entire Falcon launch team, thank you, good luck, and Godspeed to the crew of Freedom.
Thank you, team. That was quite a ride. Thank you, SpaceX, Falcon 9, and NASA teams. We have left the Earth, but the Earth has not left us. When we gaze at our planet from above, it is immediately clear that everything is interconnected. The vast oceans, the continuous land masses, and all that they contain. We are one humankind here on our shared home planet. This becomes self-evident as astronauts peering down from above, and is a sentiment that would serve us all well to remember back on the ground. We see the thin, tenuous band of an atmosphere solely responsible for supporting all life on this planet, and we know that it is utterly unique, fragile, and must be protected. To those supporting and watching our journey, please know that your spirit travels with us, stitched into the very fabric of all that we do. We hope that our arrival in space reminds all of you that dreams truly can become reality, given dedication, perseverance, and yes, a bit of luck along the way. Crew-12 is grateful and ready for the journey ahead. We're on our way. Andre?
Центр управления, экипаж, Dragon Freedom на связи. Мы на целевой орбите. Все системы работают штатно. С этой высоты наша Земля выглядит невероятно хрупкой и целостной. Здесь не видно границ, только тонкая голубая линия атмосферы, которая защищает все живое. Именно этот вид напоминает нам о главном. Мы одна команда на одном корабле планете Земля. Каждый виток вокруг нашей общей голубой колыбели – это доказательство того, что возможно, когда наши нации объединяют знания. Сегодня наш экипаж и эта станция – это результат работы тысяч специалистов из разных стран. Мы здесь не как представители отдельных государств, а как человечество, которое исследует космос, чтобы лучше понимать и... Мы продолжим работу на благо всех. Спасибо за доверие и поддержку. Dragon Freedom, связь с вами.
Great words there from Andre
control,
Fedyev.
engineering, manufacturing, and ground support teams around the world. Successful launches of humans to orbit is a testament to your technical mastery and precision in this unforgiving environment. We fly with confidence because we know that the finest minds on Earth are watching our backs. And I'll pass it over to Sophie.
Thanks, Jack. For Crew-12, this is our first orbit. For humanity, it's just one small moment in the vast journey of exploring our world and beyond. From up here, we're reminded that we're all connected. Take care of one another, dream big together, and keep reaching higher. That's how humanity moves forward, and how we make each other proud.
We copy and appreciate those words, Crew-12. We saw nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploy continues nominally as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mary.
And there we have it. Crew-12 is on their way.
Yep. This is the start of a 36-hour rendezvous with the International Space Station. If you look at the graphic on your screen here, you see it's, the ISS doesn't necessarily need to be over Florida. It's just that Florida needs to cross the ISS's orbital plane. Now, if you're looking at that 3D view there, you can very much see that the ISS's orbit, if you're looking at where the Earth's equator is very, very tilted. It's a 51.6 degree inclination for the nerds. The reason why it's in such a tilted and wonky orbit is so all the international partners that launch stuff to the ISS can actually get to it. So that does kind of, the flip side of that is that you do get some weird launch times like what you just saw, but the shots like that make it worth it.
Wow.
Look at that shot, man.
Great views coming from stage 2.
I mean, Jay, I've watched hundreds of these things. Look at
yeah.
I don't say this lightly on a cruise street, but would you just look at it? Oh, man, look at that blue marble. That's awesome. I love this stuff.
It's such a cool impact, too, having launched from the night side of our planet to literally just a few minutes later, fully daylit side of the Earth. Crazy.
Yep. Right now, Dragon Freedom, Crew-12, and the second stage are flying over Europe. They made Europe from Florida in 16 minutes. That's how fast these things go.
That was amazing. Sorry, just bumping in here.
No problem.
That was what a view tonight. Yep. The sound level was off the charts. It was booming. It was amazing. And then add in the VAB squeal, which hopefully you guys heard that as well on the broadcast. That Falcon Nebula, boy, did that put on a show. And then the landing on the first stage. First off, I forgot how much louder things are since LZ-40 is so much closer. And the sonic booms, no matter how many times you expect them, still make you jump every time. That was... oh, what a visual and auditory show it put on tonight. Woo, or this morning, or whatever time it is.
You say tonight, and I understand exactly what you mean, Sawyer. I'm just saying, it's 5:30 in the morning. You could say tonight. It's fine.
It's launch o'clock.
It's launch o'clock.
Exactly.
I like that. I like that a lot. So once again, this is a telemetry-driven graphic done by Jay Keegan, one of our producers here, showing the position of the ISS. And you can see the Dragon, where it launched, its track is out in front. If Dragon was on here, it'd pretty much be over France right now. That's where it is. Once again, meaning it's more about the tilt of the orbit than, the ISS being over Florida. That's why we got a 36-hour rendezvous, because Dragon has to catch up. And if you look at this map, if you're looking at that map, it's out in front. So it's got to basically go all the way around. It's going to take 36 hours. And then a couple of phasing burns from there. Right now, docking is tentatively scheduled for 3:15 p.m. on Saturday. But yeah, beautiful shot, beautiful ascent.
Also beautiful tracks to our folks out in the field. That was gorgeous. Well done, everybody. And we do have a view on the top right there in that pane. That is the rocket, the booster that just launched Crew-12 up on the Dragon. And now it's just sitting there on LZ-40, not SLC-40, but landing zone 40, just east of the launch complex.
Yep, and I saw a couple people ask in chat, Jay, why do they land so close to the launch site? Well, honestly, it's easier to relaunch the thing if it lands right next to where it launches from.
Yep.
If you look at that center shot, top center shot here from this multi-view that the producers are giving us, beautiful, by the way. If you look at this multi-view shot, you see that. You see that.
We saw a nominal nose cone opening, TCS, and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
I can copy.
Okay.
And with that, Dragon, there are 5 minutes remaining in our current ground station pass. At this time, you are welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator.
Okay. We have a good call on nose cone deploy here for
Microgravity
Dragon.
indicator consists of 4 satellites orbiting a crocheted Earth, all handmade elements by Jack Stoddard and my childhood best friend. Crew member selected a personal symbol or satellite. Heather links each satellite to the Earth, representing our connection to our families, friends, and our one shared home. Chose a panda holding a mushroom, 2 adorable symbols of environmental importance and cultural fascination. Pandas are modern icons of species preservation and international diplomacy, and a pivotal character in my childhood. Mushrooms, fungi, are the great decomposers, with all life on Earth depending on them to keep our soils healthy and food webs functioning.
I chose a moon that my daughter hand crocheted. Each color woven into the design represents a member of our family or cherished shared activity. By bringing this piece with me, I keep our bond close, allowing me to relive happy memories while looking forward to the ones we'll create when I return.
I chose. Bananas are the world's most common fruit, ordinary fruit shared by billions of people across every continent. Yet, on orbit, fresh fruit is rare, so I wanted a full reminder of kitchens and homes, a familiar piece of Earth drifting weightless with us.
Я выбрал свою часть, потому что именно эта штуковина напоминает мне об одном из художественных фильмов времен еще Советского Союза, который я смотрел в детстве. И я на самом деле предлагаю попробовать вам угадать, что это за фильм. Буду рад где-нибудь от вас это услышать.
We present to you planet Gaia and her moons, floating here in Crew-12's Dragon.
We copy Dragon, and with that, I can let you know that we had nominal GNC checkouts. Our next burn is our phasing burn per your forward view.
Copies will be monitoring.
All right, Crew-12 sharing some words there and talking about the gravity indicator that they have on board. Again, sort of highlighting the human element to this. It's not just about going up into space just because. It's a goal for all of us moving forward. And now, hey, here we go. Starting to get some photos in from our field teams. Right here, we've got a streak shot coming in straight from our field ops. This one is from
That is
Wade,
from
Dr. WD-40.
Wade, Dr. WD-40 on Twitch.
Twitch, what's that?
Oh,
I
and
don't know, ask EJ.
someone in our voice right here might know about this shot that they captured.
Sawyer Rosenstein, I think. I don't
yeah.
know. Yeah, no, that is my shot of the Falcon Nebula. You could see on the left, bottom left is stage 2. On the top right is stage 1. And that is during the boost back burn, creating that Falcon Nebula. And this one I thought looked like the eye of the Falcon, because it looks like an eyeball with that one. It was just, the colors were spectacular tonight, my people. This was amazing.
Great shot. That's awesome.
Thank you. I love it.
We got another streak shot coming in. I can't quite see who that one's from. That one is Julia's, I believe.
That does look like my shot from Titusville.
Yeah. And that's Jerry's shot he got. I saw that one get posted earlier. Ooh, and some exciting stuff. Spoilers, some exciting stuff coming up from Jerry also, including this current photo. Man, everybody, you did so good out there tonight. That is some incredible stuff coming in. Here we get a little bit of a replay coming in. So I mentioned how incredible it is to see a launch in person. You can see right here, that looks like the sun coming up. That's a rocket. There is no replacement to being able to see a rocket launch in person. But we try and do our best. And with your support, we are trying even harder all the time. More cameras, more places, more people, more rockets.
That replay shot there is from the Fleet Cam. Space Coast Live Fleet Cam at Port Canaveral. Beautiful. This is a great perspective of what a rocket looks like, when it's ascending from, where the public can go and view it, Jay. But I'll tell you guys, this doesn't do it justice.
No.
If you are even getting anywhere near Florida, nowadays, you're most likely going to see a launch. Starlinks are going out of there 2 to 3 times a week. If you have an opportunity to see one of these things fly, go do it. You will not be disappointed. It is, I'm not going to say like a surreal experience or some life-changing thing. A lot of people, wax intellectual about that, and that's fine. That's cool. I just think it's awesome. It's really, really neat. Like, that's really what it comes down to. I think it's super cool. Those people flying up into space, that's pretty neat, man. But then again, I sometimes go plane spotting, and I get excited when planes take off. So I don't know. Maybe I'm easily amused, but you should still go see a rocket launch, all right? Like, they're really cool.
In the immortal words of EJ from, was it Demo 2? There's people on that thing.
There's people on it, man. We are routinely flying into space. This is great.
Yeah, this was the 4th SpaceX launch this month. It's the 13th.
And so that was with the event that they had with the second stage that delayed a bunch of their launches.
Yeah, that was with a grounding. 4 flights. All right.
Absolutely. So there's a pretty good chance if you're ever in the area that you'll be able to see a launch. And it is worth it. Because I was talking about it earlier, but like we can capture the sound decently well through all the microphones we have. But it doesn't give you that shaking in your chest. Like it vibrates your bones. It's like the sky is being ripped apart. There's no replacement for that.
Yep. It's loud. Like front row at a Metallica concert loud. It's awesome. So good.
We've got more replays coming in. Love to see what the crew was able to capture. As we also get into the zoom in on the moon in that top middle panel.
Just beautiful shots of the ascent.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
We got a question coming in from Raptor Thrust. NASASpaceflight, it seems you got views from Dragon apart from those shown on the SpaceX live stream. Can you tell us how you got those views? Thanks. Well, it's because of viewers like you, Raptor Thrust, that we're able to obtain footage from the different organizations that we can then share it with all of you. So thank you for allowing us to share this back with you.
Once again, we are mission elapsed time, 28 minutes, 13 seconds on the Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. The launch was on time and nominal. We had a nominal orbit insertion at T plus 8 minutes, 38 seconds into the flight. And the crew is now...
SpaceX, ground has pulled go for the upcoming burn in 18 minutes.
Crew's getting ready for the first phasing burn. There you go.
Copies, go for the burn.
This is a phasing burn that Dragon is going to do to utilize differential eccentricity in orbital mechanics to basically catch up to the ISS. The phasing here and rendezvous time is a 36-hour window. The rendezvous is scheduled to go off on Saturday at 3:15 p.m., the 14th of February. So we got a 36-hour phasing window here. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, what do you mean it takes 36 hours? Well, orbital mechanics. We were showing that graphic, that telemetry-driven animation from Jake Keegan a little while ago. The ISS is in a really wonky orbit. The reason why it's in a wonky orbit is because it needs to be in a type of orbit that's accessible from all international partners' launch sites. That's the United States, the Europeans in French Guiana, that's the Russians out of Baikonur, and the Japanese out of Tanegashima, right? Everybody needs to get to it. So it's in this weird orbit where everybody can get to it. But because it's in a weird tilted orbit, its orbital plane is tilted 51.6 degrees relative to Earth's equator. Because of this, it often means you have to launch at weird times. You have to launch at weird times. It's about getting into the ISS's orbital plane, not necessarily about it being near you. So they did launch into the orbital plane of the ISS, but the International Space Station is behind them, and they're actually going faster. So they gotta do a couple of orbits here to catch up. So we should be looking at a rendezvous in about 36 hours, give or take. Once again, rendezvous and docking to the ISS is scheduled for Saturday at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, some beautiful shots of the ascent there. And I would like to add that NSF will not be doing a 36-hour stream until docking.
I was going to mention that we weren't planning on doing that, but I'm like, EJ, he might go for it, man. I don't know.
Nope. No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
I don't know about our producers, but EJ might go for it.
I think if I tried to push for that, steam would come out of Kevin's ears, and we, of course, do not want that.
That's true.
We do not want that.
What's Earth shots here? Still from stage 2. Stage 2's put on a great show tonight. This morning, I should say.
Yep. Yeah, you got a lot of shots here. I do believe that's shot from the press site there. What a mission, Jay.
Yeah.
What a mission. This is, this is so cool. It's such a privilege what we do here. And you guys, I'm not one for, being like, well, thank you. But, this is a privilege. We have the privilege of sharing this stuff with you, and we appreciate you watching. I really do. Really mean that. Thank you. And I'm just happy. I'm happy to share these moments with you guys. And I know Jay and Sawyer, Julia, we're all the same. We all do this because we love it.
Yep.
And it's a privilege to be here. And we very, very much appreciate your time.
Every time we're out here, the excitement just builds. You feel it. And that's why we do it, for the love of the game. And hopefully our passion and love of what we do comes through on air.
Absolutely. I know there's mixed feelings from folks about, how some speeches might go and things like that, but it really is true that we are so passionate about this because it is a part of some small part, maybe not even a huge part, but just like the ESA mission for this particular mission, which is just being a small part of something greater, and being able to share this with folks is at least my passion. I feel like I can safely speak for the rest of our crew here too, but being able to share it with you, it really is an honor and a privilege. Especially seeing the hard work that, everybody, but especially our field crew puts in, because we're just seeing more and more content coming in from folks from this launch and seeing these incredible views for the replays. And it is really incredible to see not only what people are interested in, but in how they apply their skills to be able to share all this kind of stuff. So everybody be sure to thank all of our field crew, our producers and everything like that as well, because there's just some fantastic views coming out of this. Oh, and something we didn't mention, which a lot of folks who have seen a bunch of launches, especially Falcon 9 launches, will have heard this a bunch before, but currently in the replay, what we're seeing is a plume expansion. So essentially the center engine is pushing out all of the other engines at the base of the Falcon 9 because there's less air up at the altitude at which it's at that point. So there's less air to condense it down to hold it in that sort of smaller cone that you see closer to the ground. But then as it gets up higher and higher, that central engine pushes the rest of those out because there's just not that same amount of pressure to keep it in there. But now we're going to see a nebula here in just a few moments after stage gets turned around, and there it is. Incredible track of that, and a beautiful nebula.
That was what it looked like somehow to the naked eye. It's hard to picture it. It's one of the most difficult things to capture, in my opinion, in spaceflight, but the visuals that it puts on, it's like a dance. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. And it's so fascinating to see it in motion too. Like the photos and stuff are obviously incredible, but to see it in motion is amazing.
And there is that full motion, by the way. Just throwing in more shots. There's some amazing more shots that we've all been editing. This was my streak shot, the little mooring over here by where they unload the tanks.
From the trajectory that it showed at the base of that image from your streak shot, it really seemed like it really had to move over like laterally to get to the LZ. So
I was
wonder,
very surprised at the amount of slide that had to happen right at the end. I was expecting it to be much higher and a more gradual over. Nope, that just went straight diagonal.
Yeah, that was really close to the ground. Crazy. Oh, slow-mo shot. That's got to be coming from D.
Wow. Beautiful.
Look at that. It's this fascinating intersection of appreciating the technology and also this sort of primal interest in just like sitting at a campfire and watching the flame, like this sort of slow-mo exhaust coming out of this thing. It's incredible to just kind of watch it like you're just sitting around a campfire, only it's, hauling people into space.
It's a very interesting dichotomy, isn't it? Because, on one hand, you have this super advanced piece of technology, but yeah, it's a very visceral and primitive experience, which is why I say go and watch these things. It's just, blow your mind. It's really cool.
And you never really know how you're going to react to it either. I know, just for a comparison, EJ and I react to launches very differently.
It's a good way to put that.
EJ will be, in person at least, EJ will be out there doing like death metal screams like, oh, it's going. And
that was once, all right? That was only one time.
oh, was it only one time? But it's this energetic reaction from him, whereas for me, and neither of these is right or wrong, it's just a difference that you don't know what you're going to do until you're in that moment. Oh, that plume expansion. Look at that. In slow-mo, that's amazing.
Yeah, beautiful.
I tend to be a little more quiet until like mission is confirmed as clear, like if they're on a nominal trajectory in orbit. And then I'll get more excited. But part of that also comes from me having actually run the cameras for stuff too, where I'm like, I have to be still for this. Oh, here we go. Another nebula shot.
Oh, wow. So what you're seeing there is when after staging, the first stage turns around and is heading back towards the launch site. And what you're seeing is very interesting plume interaction at low pressure. Because where this is happening is very high up. There's not a lot of ambient pressure. So the way the first and second stage exhaust, because the first stage is turning around to boost back and land at the landing site, it's actually interacting with the second stage exhaust. And it forms this gaseous interaction that looks like a nebula. It is wild stuff, and to see it actually just slow-mo like that is beautiful. But As we close out on this shot, I think this is our time with you here for the Crew-12 mission has ended. Jay, thank you very much for coming on and doing the color commentary with me. Appreciate having you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was a blast. It was a beautiful launch to watch, and I'm so proud of our team for all the great work that they did.
And then Sawyer was out in the field, getting us live shots and giving us live commentary. Sawyer, thank you very much for being on with us. We appreciate you.
Oh, it's my absolute pleasure to do this. It is an honor to be out here. I know what a privilege it is. So thank you to the viewers for allowing us to be out here and provide this to you. What a show, Crew-12.
And also we had Julia out in the field providing additional commentary and beautiful shots of people in Titusville psyched up to see this launch. Julia, thank you very much for being here.
You are so very welcome. It was a pleasure to join the rest of our team today, and thank you to everybody who watched from home. It was a beautiful launch, and Godspeed, Crew-12.
All right. We had Jerry Pike out there doing photography for us. We had Max Evans out there, and we had D Wise Cinema out there working the media, working these camera shots to give you the beautiful one you see on the screen there. On the back end of production, we had Carson Phillips, Jay Keegan, and Mr. Kevin Michael Reed flipping all the levers, pulling all the switches, and doing a fantastic job at that. With that all being said, this is where we leave you here at NSF. Thank you very much for enjoying this Crew-12 coverage with us, and we hope to see you again in the next one. I am EJ, commentator for NASASpaceflight, Twitch streamer, and launch appreciator extraordinaire, signing off here for NSF. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you have a great day, and I'll see you later.
And here we go. There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up. Did it just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center. Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet.
We don't need any more of these.